everybody, welcome to the very first 2021 Holiday E-Commerce Summit. I am Gasper Rubino from the Nexus team. I will be your host for today. We have a lot of great stuff happening today. I'm going to give a little bit of time for some people to catch in to the room so that we don't miss the important information we're about to learn. First up in one of our talks here is Mendel Kurland. He's going to be teaching us about brand guides and buyer's guides and how we can use those to succeed this holiday season. Before we get started, though, just a couple of administrative things that we always have to get out of the way. If you are interested in, there is a chat on the side that you can answer or ask your questions in. Also, we will be using the hashtag Nexus Summit on Twitter or Facebook, or even LinkedIn if you really want to. So you can ask your questions there. Feel free to reply and communicate with each other there as well. Again, that hashtag is hashtag Nexus Summit. We felt it was really important for us to have this summit for you guys because last year obviously was a very unique time in the world. We saw e-commerce sales boom due to the pandemic. But the one thing that we saw that was expected was the amount of Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales skyrocketing. Every year we have seen a growth year after year after year. This year, online spending is estimated to hit 11.8 billion on Cyber Monday alone, right? We want to make sure that you guys get a piece of that $11.8 billion, right? In November alone, a lot of Woo and WordPress stores tend to double their monthly revenue. And so we want to make sure we help you along with that process. Without further ado, I want to go ahead and get started. To the very first talk we have today is Mendel Kurland. He is the partner developer advocate here at Nexus. Incredibly intelligent when it comes to e-commerce needs and what it means to get your product out there. Without further ado, Mendel, go ahead and get us started with the conversation on buyer's guides.
Hey y'all, I'm Mendel Kurland. I am the agency developer advocate at Nexus, and I wanted to talk to you about buyer's guides and how to make an awesome buyer's guide or an effective buyer's guide for your customers this holiday season. Now, to start out, I want to tell you a little story. I recently moved from Austin, Texas to Los Angeles, California. And as I was moving to Los Angeles, I heard in the news a lot, even before I moved here, I heard in the news a lot about wildfires. And of course, if you've had your eyes on the news at any point this year, you've probably seen a little something about wildfires. Of course, they're happening all over, and I thought, it would be a great idea with working from home and a kid on the way to have some air purifiers, some air filters in my house. And so I set off on a journey to purchase air filters. Or air purifiers. And you would probably believe how difficult it is to find exactly the right thing that you're looking for. In my case, I was looking for something that was connected to a smart home, that I could connect to Wi-Fi, and that I could also adjust, that had maybe some feedback on it that told me how much pollution was in the air, and would automatically start cleaning when it detected that level of pollution. So I set off on my journey around the internet to find the air filter of my dreams, and one of the best places to find great buyer's guides or great information, comparative information on things like this is the New York Times, right? They have Wirecutter, which is really great. And there are plenty of other resources online that will compare air filters. Now, for me in particular, I wanted a smart air filter. And there weren't a whole lot of places online that compared smart air filters. Now, if there had been, I probably would have gone to their website, purchased their brand, selected their affiliate link, whatever it was. As luck would have it, there was nothing. And so I spent a long time. I spent 2, 3, 4 hours researching the best thing, the thing that would clean the most area in the room, the thing that would have Wi-Fi connectivity on it, that would tell me how much pollutant in the air there was, etc. The questions I was asking were these simple questions. Is it Wi-Fi enabled? Is it capable of detecting pollutants and turning on when it's detected too much? These are some of the questions that I, as a buyer, was asking. So the first thing to take note of is that you'll want to make sure that you know the questions that your users or your customers or your potential customers are asking before you set out to write your buyer's guide. The second thing that you'll want to look for is what pain the buyer is trying to solve for, right? So what I was trying to solve for is having a connected device that protects me from wildfires. I wasn't looking for something at that time that was going to protect me from coronavirus, or that was going to filter out allergies. It turns out that those things were actually important to me as well. But those are niches of people looking for air filters that are trying to solve those problems in particular, not the wildfire problem. So the second thing is kind of looking for what the pain is the buyer is trying to solve for, and then how did I get the answer to my questions authoritatively? Well, in my case, I didn't, right? And this is the spoiler of this entire talk, and that is that in order for you to have an effective buyer's guide, you need to write about something that nobody else is writing about, or that nobody else is writing about well, right? So don't be deceived. There are plenty of places online that you'll see fake buyer's guides, right? These are automated buyer's guides that websites have put together that are just basically a feature comparison. They've used a little bit of programming to spin some of those feature comparisons into sentences that kind of make sense. Those are not buyer's guides. We'll get into what an actual buyer's guide is here in a second. So the three things that we're looking for is we need to know the questions that your customers are asking. In my case, we already went over that. What pain the buyer is solving for. Again, in my case, it was wildfires, not allergies or COVID. And then how can you answer the question as a brand or a company authoritatively? And that's what we're going to get into here in a few. So that's the buyer's journey, right? But there is a merchant's journey, right? You as a merchant want to solve some problems yourself. And so you as a merchant are setting out during this holiday season in really a wild west of the internet again, where everybody is going online. Everybody's trying to market a product online. Things have gotten a lot more competitive. And at the same time, there are more eyeballs on everything going on online, on online commerce, online content, the whole bit. And so the question is, how do you stand out from the crowd, right? This is the merchant's journey. So you as a merchant, let's say you sell air purifiers. And what you want to do is you want to sell the most air purifiers that you can to the people that need them or want them the most, right? And so the question for you is, what is your pain, right? Do you have excess inventory Have you not been selling as much this year as you'd like to? Do you have supply issues? And so you want to sell something for a higher price, a more premium price, and explain all of the virtues of the product to justify that higher price. These are some of the questions that you have to answer for yourself. What is it that you are trying to solve for this holiday season besides just selling more goods? Because generally that's what everybody wants to do. But there are probably some specific things to your business that you want to consider as well. And so then the question is, how do you solve that pain, right? So let's take the example of an air purifier company that wants to sell their products at a more premium price because the supply chain issues have caused a decrease in the total inventory that they have in their warehouse. So niching down is going to be the best way to command a higher price for your particular product. And so I'd encourage you, if this is your pain, that you have lower inventory and fewer things to sell, but you need to sell them at a higher price, is to look at creating campaigns around particular use cases, particular needs. So in the case of the air purifier, well, it's super great to sell for forest fires, but maybe you could rebrand and recreate an air purifier that's designed just for allergies and really hit hard on that about the effectiveness against allergies, and sell it for a more premium price because it's solving a pain for a customer that is different and possibly something somebody will pay for to get relief. So we have the buyer's journey and we have the merchant's journey. And now the question is, where do those two journeys meet, right? And a buyer's guide sits at the intersection of the customer and the merchant's journey. So we're going to look at a few different types of buyer guides online, all from companies that are specifically creating buying guides. So these are things that come up when you Google buyer's guides for air purifiers. And we're going to look at these based on SEO authority, their methodology, their niche, and then links to products. We're going to see where some of these exhibit some of these features and some of these exhibit others. I think the best way to kind of understand the whole idea of a buyer's guide is to look at some in the wild. And so the first one we're looking at is the Consumer Reports Buyer's Guide. Now, the first thing we notice as we start to scroll through is there's a lot of text in this buyer's guide. And so you can reasonably assume that the reason there's so much text is because Consumer Reports is trying to use all of this text to kind of get a better SEO ranking. Of course, the more text there is and the more authoritative content, the more authority they're going to have. And of course, people do business with people they trust. And so having a great level of authority is a wonderful way to convince people to purchase from you or to take your recommendations. So then as you move along, we'll see that we want to look for methodology. And what I mean by methodology is understanding how they came to the conclusions they did about the top air purifiers. And so it doesn't look like there's a ton of methodology here until you get to the end. And it says how Consumer Reports tests air purifiers. And so it actually talks about how they inject smoke and dust into a sealed chamber and use a particle counter. It seems pretty scientific. And so it gives the reader the opportunity to look at this buyer's guide and determine whether or not this opinion is valid in their mind. And the reason that's super important is because a lot of buyer's guides online, as you'll see in a second, are all affiliate revenue driven. And that means that you're not necessarily getting the best recommendation, although you could be getting the best recommendation, but you're not necessarily getting it because you might just be getting the recommendation of the product that either pays the most or pays at all in affiliate income. So if there is an air purifier company that doesn't have an affiliate program, then it's possible it won't appear on a completely paid list. Consumer Reports is showing all of the methodology of how they test, so you can be assured that whatever they've tested has been against these criteria. The last is niche, and this is something that it doesn't look as though Consumer Reports actually approaches. And I think you'll find that it's difficult to find niches in a lot of these buying guides because a lot of people cater to the search best of. So people want to know what the best air purifier is, or what the best computer is, or what the best musical instrument is. And so in this case, you can see that there is some conversation about, smoke. There's also some conversation around here about COVID-19 and things like that, talking in general about the air purifiers, but there really is no niche in this particular article. And then the last thing that you'll see is that there are links to products, or at least a link to Consumer Reports product, which is a list of rankings of air purifiers. And so this is one way to do it. This is really SEO authority heavy and kind of has some methodology and then links to products, but there's not a whole lot of niche. This is going to be harder to compete with a buyer's guide of this type because the niche is so broad. There are going to be a lot of people competing for the keywords best air purifier on Google. The second one we'll take a look at is this bgbuyersguide.org 10 best air purifiers. And when you see a listing like this, often these listings really are mostly affiliate plays. In fact, you see that there's only really features here, which is good. This shows that they've done some research into the features for each one of these air purifiers. Of course, they're doing a little bit on the bottom for SEO, but if you read some of the paragraphs down here, they're less authoritative and more informational. So it says air purifiers operate in different ways to clear the air of pollutants, each using a unique technique to draw particles out of the space where you breathe. But it's not actually talking about how the air purifiers are doing that. And it's not talking a whole lot about the methodology they used to test. So there's a little paragraph on the bottom here, and it says our team spent hours doing research, coming through forums, etc., reading customer reviews. Now that's less empirical and maybe a little less believable than what Consumer Reports has for their methodology, which was around here somewhere. Yeah, so exactly how they test. So they're telling you exactly how they test them themselves. So Consumer Reports is kind of like a primary source, if you remember back to your library days. And this 10 best air purifiers is kind of a secondary source. And so we really want primary sources for the most part when we're creating a consumer buyer's guide. And the last one I'll show you is the strategist. And the strategist is the New York Times Wirecutter page or buyer's guide. And they have long been known for being really great at SEO. They pop up when you Google practically any best of article. And so as you cruise through here, you'll see that there's plenty of recommendations. And we'll get to the very bottom and we'll see the methodology. Now, the strategist has long been big on methodology. Now, this has helped them to create authority in all of their picks and make it more believable that their list is actually a very considered top 16 air purifiers. So it also talks about how they update their ratings on a regular basis, which is also an important thing because you don't want to get an article that's super stale. On some of these articles, you might not even see the date that it was last updated. Let's look over here at Buyer's Guide. So this says updated October 2021. So that's good. And then if we look at Consumer Reports, let's see when that was updated. So this is great. This says April 21, 2021. So they're all doing a good job of telling exactly when they were updated. And then finally, we'll look for links to products. Of course, there's plenty of links to products, and you can tell that this is an affiliate play because there are links to Amazon and the like. Obviously, New York Times does not probably sell these products directly on Amazon themselves. So when we're looking at SEO authority, methodology, niche, and then links to products, you can see that all of these do things a little bit differently, and all of these buyer's guides are really successful in their own right. So before we were talking about how many people are now in the marketplace online because of COVID, how many retailers have gone online, and how many consumers' eyeballs are now on products that are listed online. And so it's important to realize that as you go to build your buyer's guide with SEO, authority, methodology, and links to products, also creating one that's centered on a particular niche is going to get you a faster result and more conversion because it's going to speak specifically to the types of products that people are looking for. So in this case, the way this article by Consumer Reports could have been changed a little bit to fit my cause, which is the best air purifier for smoke in California, is they could have made an article about the best air purifier for clearing wildfire smoke in your house, or the best air purifier for outdoor pollutants in your house. And these are things that I would have searched for and inevitably would have gotten an article super specifically focused to what it is that I wanted to purchase. Once I read about their authority, once I read about the methodology of how they figured things out, how they tested the products, and once I saw the links to their products, I probably would have purchased based on the recommendations from the most specific article I could have found on the topic. So when you take the customer journey, when you take the merchant's journey, when you look at the intersection of the pain of both of those journeys, and then you create a buyer's guide that addresses SEO, that shows authority, that shows methodology, that links to the products that you want to sell, and also addresses a very specific niche, you're going to win this holiday season with your buyer's guide. Now, if you have any other questions about buyer's guides or want to chat more, feel free to get in touch. I'm If You Will It on Twitter, and you can also always send me a message, Mendel, Mendel, at nexus.net, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have this holiday season about buyer's guides. Have a great one and have a profitable fall.
Apologies, everybody. It looked like we had a little bit of a technical issue there with some sound issues. Um, if you missed what I said and you weren't able to hear it, I just wanted to introduce everybody into a new product that we've launched here at Nexus called WP Quick Start. And what what WP Quick Start does is it allows you to quickly get up and running with an e-commerce store that we call Store Builder. It's more than just a template. It is a form fill that allows you to take your idea from a simple marketplace to an actual online store. We invite you to try it risk-free for 30 days at nexus.net /store builder. Again, that URL is nexus.net /store builder. I'm Gasper Rubino, your host again, and coming up here shortly, we have James Kemp, who is going to be talking to us about category pages in WooCommerce. So stick around for that, and we should be back on in just a few minutes. Thanks. Oh.
Hey, I'm James from Iconic WP, and I'm going to show you how you can optimize your WooCommerce category pages to increase sales and improve the overall customer experience. By default, WooCommerce will list your products on the shop page and allow you to filter and search them. But we can take that one step further, and the good news is that it doesn't require you to know how to code. I'm going to show you how you can increase the size of your product catalog by displaying variations on the shop page. I'm then going to show you how to display product options on the shop page in the form of swatches or buttons. I'm also going to show you how you can improve the product filters that come with WooCommerce. Then I'll go on to show you how to display multiple images per product on the shop page. And finally, I'll show you how you can add products to the cart without ever leaving the shop page. Let's get started. Okay, so as you can see here, we've got a very basic WooCommerce site. It's using the storefront theme, and I've imported the dummy product data into WooCommerce. So we've got the products that come with WooCommerce by default, all installed and set up. As you may know, some of these products are variable products like the hoodie and the V-neck t-shirt, for example. So there's some great stuff that we're going to do with variable products shortly in this demonstration. So as a starting point, it does a good job. It presents your products to the customer and they can click through to select options or add simple products straight to the cart from the catalog page. And you can filter and search the products by the color of the product or the size of the product. Basically any attribute that you create for your products you can filter by, and you can search usually by the title of the product, and I believe it takes into account the description as well. Now, one issue you may face when filtering the products, for example, if we look at the hoodie comes in 3 colors, blue, green, and red. If we go back to the home page and filter the products by blue, it does list the hoodie, but it shows us the picture of the main variable product, which is orange. And in this context, it doesn't really make that much sense. As such, the first product I'm going to show you, or the first tip I'm going to show you of how to optimize your catalog pages, is to display the individual variations of a variable product in the shop. And to do that, we're going to use one of the plugins from iconicwp.com called Show Single Variations. Now, this plugin is going to allow us to choose to display variations in different areas of the WooCommerce shop. So we can choose to show them in the catalog, which would be pages like this, where it's just a generic shop page, or the category pages. We can choose to show the variations when you're filtering, and we can choose to show the variations when you're searching for a product. So you've got the flexibility there that if you want to show the variable product in the majority of places on your store, like the shop page and catalog pages, then you can do that. But if you want to show the specific variation product when you're filtering, then you can do that as well, which would make this filtered result much more accurate. So the idea is that when we then filter by blue, we would see the blue variation instead of the orange hoodie, or red in this case. The other thing that will happen is that when we click on the blue variation, it's going to take us through to the product page with the blue variation already selected. So let me show you how to do that. So first of all, you will want our plugin WooCommerce Show Single Variations. You can get this from our website, iconicwp.com, and just go to the plugins page and look for WooCommerce Show Single Variations. And when you get here, you can start a free trial for 14 days. After you've started your trial and downloaded the plugin, just go to your WooCommerce store, go to plugins, upload the zip file that you're sent, and activate the plugin. After doing that, you're going to be redirected to the license page, where we're going to enter the license key, and we're going to activate it. So after activating this plugin, we're going to get redirected to the dashboard, where you're going to see the Getting Started tab, and this is going to guide you through the process of setting up Show Single Variations. But the first thing that you really want to do is go to the Index tab, and we're going to index all of the products and the variations on this site. What this is going to do is run through every product on the site and make sure the visibility settings are configured exactly how you choose when you run the indexer. So I'm going to click Run Indexer, and here we can set up the variation visibility for every variation on our site. So as I alluded to earlier, I'm going to enable the variations to be displayed in the filtered results and the search results, and I'm going to overwrite any existing variation settings. Now, for the variable products, we're going to keep them unchanged. Click Submit, and the products are indexed. And you can see there's no more outstanding products. Now, one thing I am going to do is go to the hoodie, which I know is a variable product. And I'm going to click over here, Exclude from Filtered Results. So this means that when we filter by the color, we're not going to see the variations listed alongside the parent product with the orange image or the red image. We're going to see just the variation listed, but this parent product is still going to be visible in the main catalog. And I'm just going to do the same with the V-neck product. And that's it. If we go back to the front end now and refresh the filtered page, you can now see all of the products are blue and much more relevant to what the person has searched for. The hoodie is listed here, and the V-neck is listed here. And as you can see, possibly by the URL in the bottom left, this is linking straight through to a variation. So if I click this, for example, it goes straight through to the hoodie, which is the parent product page, but it's pre-selected blue and no logo. If we go back, this is the same product, but it's going to pre-select blue and yes to the logo. Now if we go back to the home page, you can see our original variable product is listed there, and the variations are only showing when we filter. Now, as I mentioned previously, if we went to the indexer and chose to display the variations in the catalog and shop pages, we can do that as well. And we could then say to hide the variable products in every location so they're not showing up multiple times. Now, if we revisit the homepage, you'll see each of the hoodie variations listed out like that, and also each of the V-neck variations. So if you find managing products as variable products fairly straightforward as an admin, but you find that it's limiting the size of your product collection to your customers, then this is a great way to reveal all of the different combinations of a product that you have available on your store. And as you can see, it was fairly simple to set up. The other thing that you may have noticed now that these variations are displaying in the shop page is that each one has an Add to Cart button rather than the Select Options button that we saw when it was a variable product. So from here, now we can add these variations straight to the cart from the shop page. So that is my first tip. My second tip ties into variable products again. And if I click through to the hoodie, if you remember, we had the options of color and logo for hoodie. Something you've probably seen on most e-commerce stores is for options like color, instead of having a drop-down menu, most stores would have color swatches. So these would be little circles or squares of color, which when clicked would choose the product option for you. So usually you'd expect to see that on this page, the single product page. However, if you use our attribute swatches plugin, as well as showing them on the product page here, we can also show them underneath each product in the catalog pages. This is going to instantly show your customers which options there are available for each product on your store without them having to click through to the single product page. So much like before, the first thing you'll want to do is go to our iconicwp.com website and get the free trial of WooCommerce attribute swatches. Once you've got it, head over to your WooCommerce store, activate the plugin, enter your license key, and again, you'll be taken to the dashboard for that particular product. Attribute swatches only has a couple of global settings, which are the style of the swatch. So we've got tick or border, and border is my preferred style, and the ability to enable the accordion view, which we'll leave off for now. Once you've installed attribute swatches, you want to go down to the product section and click on attributes. From here, we're going to edit the color attribute. And we've now got this new option, swatch type. So from here, I'm going to choose color swatch. We're going to have round. It's going to be 30 pixels by 30 pixels. Tooltips are enabled, which means when you hover over it, it's going to show you the name of the swatch. And this option here is the one that's relevant to this demo that I'm showing you now. So we're going to show the swatch in the catalog. So when you turn that on, you get an extra option, which is the swatch method. So when you click on one of these swatches in the catalog, it can either link through to the product or it can change the product image. So let's try change the product image. We'll update that. We're going to go back to attributes. And this time we're going to go to color configure terms. So we're going to click edit on each of these terms and we're going to choose the color that represents that term. And now you can see we've got the color swatches selected down the side here. I'm going to go back to the size attribute just to show you what another option looks like. And we're going to choose text swatch. And we'll show that in the catalog as well. So now if I click through to the hoodie, you can see our color swatches are now visible on the product page. If I go back to the home page, you can see the swatches that we selected are now visible in the catalog page as well. So we know from looking at this hoodie that it's available in blue, green, and red. And if we click on it, it's going to change the product image. Now, the other option that I mentioned was to link through to the product. So if we're looking at the blue one, and as a customer we decide, actually, I want the green one, we can click that. And it will take you through to that product page and pre-select the green option. On the V-neck product, that has colors and sizes available. So you can see it's listed both of those options out on the catalog page. And if we click through, you can see color is using our swatches that we configured and size is using the text-based buttons that we configured. So already you can see how much nicer that's looking than the standard dropdowns. It's also revealed those swatches on the catalog/shop pages, making it much easier for your customers to know what products you have available and the options available for that product as well. So actually, the Attribute Swatches plugin allows us to take this one step further. You'll remember earlier I showed you we've got these filters on the right-hand side, and by default, using the WooCommerce filter widgets, it displays those options as a standard checklist. With the Attribute Swatches plugin installed, we can actually convert those options into the color swatches that we configured earlier. So to do that, we're going to go to the Attributes page, and we're going to click to edit the color, which is the attribute that we're showing here. And down here, we've got an option that says Show Swatch in Filters. If we choose Yes and Update, come back to the front end and refresh, you can see our Filter by Color widget is now displaying those swatches. And when you hover, it shows how many of each color there are. And when you click it, it filters by that option. So we can do the same with the size filter, which is using the text swatch. If we go back to the home page, you can see we're now using text swatches in the filters. And this is a much nicer interface for your customers. If they land on your site and all they can see is a list of text options which represent colors, that's not ideal for them. Whereas in this scenario, they can land on your store and they can see exactly which color options are available. So that's shown you some of the great stuff that Attribute Swatches can do for your store and how it can improve your catalog and shop pages for your customers. The next thing I want to show you is how to add image effects to these products. So oftentimes as a store owner, you could have a product like a hoodie, for example, And you may also want to show your customer the back of that product and how that looks. So this is where our plugin Image Swap for WooCommerce comes in. As always, you'll want to go to iconicwp.com and search for the Image Swap for WooCommerce plugin and start your free trial. Then head over to your WooCommerce store and activate Iconic Image Swap for WooCommerce. As always, enter your license key, and then you'll get taken through to the dashboard. So from here, you want to go to the General tab. It's in this tab that you'll be able to choose the image swap effect that you want to use in the catalog. So to demo this, I'll show you the fade on hover effect. And if you go to effect settings, you can configure the settings for each of these effects. So for this one, you can change how long the fade transition takes. And by default, that's 300 milliseconds. So if we go to our front end again and refresh. Now, when we hover over images that have more than one image, so you've got your main image, for example, I'll show you over here. With the hoodie, we've got the main image here, and we've got the product gallery, so we've got 4 images for this product. So when we hover over the main image on the product page now, on the shop page, it will show us the second image, which is this first image in the product gallery. And that's the same for any product that has more than one image. So this is a really nice way to show your customer the detail of your product without taking them away from this shop page. Now, as I mentioned before, this plugin does come with multiple different effects that you can use. So if we go back to Image Swap and we'll try Slide. When we land on the page, it looks much the same, but when you hover over products with multiple images, you get the sliding arrows. The slide effect allows you to choose how many images you want to display, and by default it will show all of the product images for each product. If the product doesn't have multiple images, you don't get the sliding arrows. The other options are to display bullets, thumbnails, zoom, picture in picture, a modal gallery, enlarge effect, and a flip effect. So you can see that Image Swap is a great way to let your customers get more information about your products without overloading them with information all in one view. Image Swap will give them an interactive experience which lets them find out and discover if those products are the right ones for them without having to navigate to multiple different single product pages to find out. So finally, we can top all of these different options off with the ability to view much more detailed product information and the ability to add these products and customize these products right from the shop page. And we do that by using a quick view plugin for WooCommerce. So for the final time, you'll want to go to iconicwp.com and you'll want to look for the WooCommerce quick view plugin. Start a free trial, upload a zip, and head over to your WooCommerce store to activate it. So once activated, you'll be able to configure the quick view to display it how you want. And if we go to quick view trigger settings, we've got two options here for the quick view method. We can choose to click the quick view button or just hover over it to trigger the quick view. Click is usually the option that you'd want. You can choose to use an anchor or a button. And the difference here would be that if you're displaying the quick view button inside your product card, which is already an anchor or a link, then you'd probably want to use button because you can't nest an anchor inside an anchor. But by default, you should be able to use the settings that are here and customize them based on your experience. So if we head over to the store again and refresh the page, you'll see we've now got this quick view button. And again, we can choose to align that in the center. And when we click it, we get this modal view of a product. And as you can see, it integrates already with the swatches that we configured. You can choose your product options right here and add it to the cart. Now, the other thing that you might have missed is the gallery option of the quick view. So this will allow your customer to scroll through every product on the current page quickly and easily without ever leaving the shop page. Within the settings, we're able to configure which parts of the quick view are visible. So you can choose to show the title, price, rating, banner, description, which description you're going to show. The add to cart button, whether you want to enable Ajax, which means it won't refresh the page when you add to cart. Whether you want to hide the quick view pop-up after adding to cart. And some general color options down here. So quick views are something that you quite often see on modern e-commerce stores. And when you combine it with all of these other options that I've shown you, you really get a full experience as a customer and the ability to quickly browse your store and find exactly what they need without leaving the customer wondering whether you have the right product for them. They can very quickly and easily discover for themselves whether you've got the product that they want in the right color or the right size, all without ever leaving the shop or the catalog page. So if you try these plugins and they all work out for you, we do have some bundle options available. And our best package is going to be the All Access bundle, where you get access to all of our plugins, which are the ones I've shown you, and also some additional plugins that add more sales boosting and conversion focused options to your WooCommerce store. And it also gives you the option to download any future plugins that we release. Well, thanks for watching, and I hope you've learned some valuable tips about how to increase sales from the WooCommerce catalog and shop pages. I've been James from iconicwp.com, and you can find me on Twitter as James C. Kemp. I hope to hear from you soon. Bye for now.
Fix that
And you
audio.
can find me on
There we
Twitter
go.
as
Sorry about
James
those
C.
audio
Kemp.
problems.
I hope to hear from you soon. Bye for now.
Are we all set now? There's a lot of technical things going on right now, and I apologize for all the errors we're having. But thanks a lot, James. I learned a lot about variations and how important they can be and how easy it is for a customer to then make a quick selection and purchase when we have those variation categories all set up. If you are looking right now and you're interested in moving over to a quicker and easier WooCommerce hosting, I suggest you try the fully managed WooCommerce hosting from Nexus. If you do sign up right now, you get 50% off your first 6 months when you use code performance50. So feel free to try that out and make sure you let us know if there's anything we can do. If you do have any questions, you can either use the chat box onto the side, or again, the best possible way to get us is that hashtag Nexus Summit. Coming up, we have a great talk with a educator, podcaster, influencer. I mean, one of the really, really smart guys in the WordPress community, Joe Casabona. You may know him from How I Built It. You may know him from Creator Courses. He's going to teach us a little bit about one of those forgotten channels when it comes to building out your advertising when it comes to the holiday sales. We think of Facebook, we think of Google Ads and AdWords, we think of posting stuff on Amazon, but one of the places that we may forget is a great content channel of podcasts. they're growing every year. Every day there's a new and more interesting podcast out there. And Joe is going to teach us how to get started using podcasts for our own advertising purposes. Joe?
I want to talk to you about gloves, but not just any gloves. No, I want to talk to you about good winter gloves that also work well with a touchscreen. See, I live in the Northeast and the winters get cold. Not like Minnesota cold or Michigan cold, but still pretty cold. You gotta wear gloves. And you know, if you come from a cold place, that using gloves can sometimes pose a problem when you're trying to use a touchscreen. So I had to find touchscreen friendly winter gloves. And I didn't really know where to start. I didn't test any gloves, and I didn't feel like going to a store and testing a bunch of random gloves to see if they worked with my phone. But luckily, one morning I happened to have Good Morning America on the TV. And a fella named Nick Guy from this website called Wirecutter was talking about touch screen friendly winter gloves. But he wasn't just saying, I think these are the best, or yeah, it's like really important to find them. He was talking about how he and his team at Wirecutter found and tested a dozen different pairs of touchscreen friendly winter gloves. And they evaluated those gloves based on a bunch of criteria, and they determined that the best touchscreen friendly winter gloves were the Moshi Digits winter gloves. And I thought this was great. I went out and I immediately bought those gloves because I needed touchscreen friendly winter gloves. Right at that moment, I had been thinking about that. So I bought those gloves. But more importantly, Nick provided good, relevant information to an audience that went beyond Wirecutter. I had never heard of Wirecutter at this point. And after that point, I checked them for basically anything I was thinking about buying until I got a Consumer Reports subscription. Now I check both places. So he provided good, relevant information. He also drove traffic to the website. And this is important because Wirecutter doesn't sell their own products. They make money off of affiliate links. And so people went to Wirecutter, looked for those gloves, clicked the affiliate link, and then bought them. And those gloves were sold out for weeks. So again, Nick went on Good Morning America, provided good, relevant information that drove traffic to his website that led to a product being sold out. It's also worth noting that Wirecutter got bought by New York Times the next year, and I'm not gonna say that the reason was going on GMA, but it probably didn't hurt. But I know what you're thinking. What does all of this have to do with you and your store? Because let's be honest, as a small business owner myself, we're probably not going to get the chance to go on Good Morning America. Most business owners aren't. But if there was a similar opportunity, a similar medium, a smaller audience, but the same sort of thing, well, that might be the sort of thing that we'd be able to go on. And there is, and the answer is podcasting. So in this talk, I'm going to tell you about 3 ways to increase page views to your website with podcasts. The first is to go on other people's podcasts. The second is to have your own podcast. And the third is through podcast sponsorship and partnership. All right, so let's get started. The first is to go on other people's podcasts. I think this is probably your best bet, especially in the short term. You don't have to do any of your own work to set up a podcast and build an audience. So why should you go on other people's podcasts? Well, this is the Wirecutter GMA approach. The best way to build your audience is by getting in front of other people's audiences. So you go there, you provide value, and then you can drive traffic to your website. You're being introduced to a group of people who have likely never heard of you before, and you have the opportunity to convince them you know what you're doing and what you're talking about, and that you can solve their problems. But it's really important to find relevant podcasts to do that. If you are a bicycle repair shop, it doesn't make any sense to go on true crime podcasts, even if the murder was with a bicycle. Instead, you probably want to find podcasts about cycling or training for a triathlon or teaching your kid how to ride a bike. Those are going to be in sports and health and fitness. So how do you find podcasts to go on? Well, you look on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Listen Notes. Now, Apple Podcasts is still probably considered. It's got the most name recognition for podcasting, but Spotify is just neck and neck with Apple Podcasts. So check both of them for podcasts that you could go on. And then Listen Notes is a great app that basically combs the internet for podcasts, presents the episodes to you, as well as like a rating for how well or how big their audience is relative to the rest of podcasts, right? So it could say that they're in like the top 5% of podcasts, but that's less relevant. You're not necessarily looking for the biggest possible audience because look, we're not all selling touchscreen friendly winter gloves, which is something that half of the United States and a lot of the world needs. We're probably selling more niche products or services. And so the podcasts that we're trying to go on are more niche. And that's the second tip here. Find podcasts in your niche or category that talk to your target audience. And then here's the coup de grace, I guess, if you're going to try to get yourself onto other people's podcasts. Write a pitch email that puts the listener first. I can't stress this enough. A pitch where the person just brags about themselves is one that immediately gets deleted for my podcast. Because your job is to add value, not talk about how great you are. Most of the pitches I get are, hey, my name is Johnny Baseball. I played for Harvard when I was 5, and then I played for the Yankees when I was 10, and by 20 I was inducted into the Hall of Fame. I am so great. Wouldn't I be a good guest for your podcast? And my answer is no, because I'm not looking for people to just brag about themselves on my podcast. I'm looking for people who are going to add value for my audience. So a better pitch would be, hey, I'm Johnny Baseball. I made it to the major leagues when I was 10. I retired by the time I was 20. And then I wanted to find a new avenue for my creative energy. So I started a business, but I knew nothing about tech. And I figured it out, and I found these great tech tools to help small business owners that I want to talk about. Well, great. Now I know that you can help my audience, you understand what my audience needs, and you're providing a good story. So again, your job is to add value, not talk about how great you are. Now, the alternative to this, if you are not sure where to start, or maybe you're not sure about the amount of legwork you need to do, is to hire a podcast agent or podcast or PR agency. I know lots of people are in this business, and to be honest, most of the pitches are kind of bad. They're the first version of the Johnny Baseball pitch that I get, but some are really good. Lemon Pie, for example, is a really good podcast agent. They understand my show, and their pitches fall in line with the value that the guest can add for my audience. My favorite is Brittany Lynn from the Human Connections Agency. They specialize in getting people on podcasts and other media, but I know her best through podcasts, and she's actually proof that going on other people's podcasts can land you more work, because I heard her on a podcast that I listened to, and then I hired her, and now we have a working relationship. So this is the alternative if you do want to outsource this kind of work, because it is a lot of work, finding podcasts, understanding their audience, and then reaching out. But no matter what you do, whether you do it yourself or you outsource the work, this next part is on you. How can you be a good guest? Well, first, you need to provide good value for the listeners based on your expertise or products. Again, what made the Wirecutter appearance so appealing was that it was somebody who demonstrated their expertise, who solved a specific problem I was trying to solve. Don't hard pitch, right? Again, he didn't say go to Wirecutter and please click on our affiliate links. He just provided the information and where you could find the evaluation. So talk about what you know, how you can solve the audience's problems, but don't specifically try to sell your product. People don't want to be sold to when they're listening to a podcast necessarily. Most people listen to podcasts to learn something new or solve a problem they have. But what you can do is have a clear call to action and a landing page. This is how you're going to grow your audience, not by begging for sales, but by getting people on your mailing list or over to your website. Your call to action and offer will be what drives traffic. So you do your spot, you talk about, again, if you run a bicycle shop, you talk about all of the ways to fix your bicycle chain. And then you say at the end, hey, this only scratches the surface of how bicycle chains work. If you want to learn more, head over to my website /podcast, and you can get a free resource for a video guide for how to actually fix your broken bicycle chain. And for your call to action, make it an easily speakable URL. People are going to be listening to a podcast while they're doing other things. So you don't want a super long URL that's hard to speak or hard to remember. You want it to be something like the URL for this talk, casabona.org/holiday. I usually try to make it my website / the name of the host, because people are going to know the name of the host. So they just really need to remember my website. And then have a freebie or offer that relates to the subject, and capture email addresses. No matter what, building your email list is the best thing that you can do here, because now you are actually capturing that audience. It's not just a podcast spot anymore. You're getting people from their audience to your audience, and then you can provide more value, but also market to them. So it's more than just a one-time deal by going on the podcast. Now, here's another quick tip. Make the offer better than a discount. A PDF that helps listeners is compelling. Like I said, most people, I think like 70%, listen to a podcast to learn something. So if you want to capture their email address in a compelling way, say, I talk even deeper about this, go to this website, put in your email address, and you'll get a free PDF. And you could still do the discount. In the email say, hey, here's your free resource. Thanks so much for signing up for my list. By the way, I sell bicycle chains, or I sell bicycle chain repair kits. Head on over here and get your 15% discount. But your offer needs to be compelling. You want to hook people with the podcast spot by showing them you know what you're talking about, and then you want to capture them by offering some other supplementary piece of information to get them on to your mailing list. Okay, so that's going on other people's podcasts, but what about starting your own podcast? Well, this is the longer game, because you're more or less starting from scratch, right? You can market to your current social media audience, you can market to your current customers, but if you're looking to grow your business and get more people visiting your website, this is the long game. But it allows you to continuously establish your expertise, grow your audience, and drive traffic. If you're creating good, compelling content, then people whether it's after the first episode or the 15th episode or the 50th episode, they're going to want to know more about you. So being consistent shows that you show up, that you're willing to help people, and that forms a stronger bond with you. But it's also highly reusable content. You do a podcast episode and you can republish that to YouTube. You can do a write-up of the topic with all the talking points for your blog, and you can promote that content in your newsletter. And that's nothing to say of the clips that you can add to Instagram stories and TikTok, or the tweets, quotes from the episode that you can send out. So this is highly reusable content that could be used to reach more audiences, get shares, and then again, ultimately drive traffic to your website. So how should you run your podcast? Should you do interviews? Here's the thing. Most people think that they should do interviews only, but if you are looking to establish your own expertise and show people you know what you're talking about, an interview-only show is not your best bet. It's a solo show where you talk about the problems that you're solving. That doesn't mean you can't have interviews. It just means that, have mostly you or people from your team talking. So talk about the problems and solutions your target audience has. You want to show people you know how to solve their problems. And by the way, we also offer a product that solves this problem. Highlight your products every so often. It shouldn't be the main driver of your content, but it's okay to mention, because you have the product or service because you want to solve that problem. And then, of course, have a clear call to action to get people to your website and build your list. Again, people are only going to be half paying attention with a podcast usually, right? Maybe they're on a run, maybe they're driving, maybe they're multitasking. And maybe they're not going to listen to every episode. But if you get them on your email list, they'll get all of those emails. Whether or not they open them, they'll still see the subject line. You'll still be top of mind once a week. So have a clear call to action to get people to your website and onto your list. Now, if you're wondering, hey, what can I talk about? Going on a guest podcast is one thing. I can do the same song and dance on every podcast. But if I start my own, I got to come up with new content weekly. I don't know about that. Well, here are some ideas for you. 3 ways to solve whatever problem you solve. 3 ways to fix a broken bicycle chain. You could do customer case studies. Hey, Jim came into the shop and was having trouble with his bicycle chain, and I showed him how to fix it right there and then and there on the spot with our bicycle chain workshop. And now it's 6 months on and he hasn't had a single problem. Behind the scenes on how a product is created, I was fixing bicycle chains and I realized that there wasn't the right toolkit for the job, so I created a toolkit. Here are the sketches, here's the manufacturing, and now here's how it works. People love behind the scenes content because it gives them a peek behind the curtain. And then listener feedback and questions. Your call to action can include feedback. Hey, if you have any questions, reach out. There's a form right on the website. Or it could just be emails that you get from your website or on social media. It doesn't have to explicitly be from podcast listeners. It could be questions that other people are asking you about fixing bicycle chains or whatever it is that you do and whatever problem you solve. Aggregate those and answer questions in a listener feedback and questions episode. So here are some examples of brands with great podcasts that help promote their products without overselling. Deliverability Defined is a podcast by ConvertKit on how to send better emails. Things like making sure you don't land in the spam folder, or how to increase your open and click rates. And they do a really good job of giving you actual information and then saying, by the way, ConvertKit handles this for you. The Store Builders Podcast by Nexus is a podcast on growing your e-commerce store. So they are helping their target audience make more money because they offer hosting for e-commerce shops. And so they want to help their customers grow their business. The Audience Podcast is by Castos on running a better podcast and podcast news. So no matter what audio host you use, if you are a podcaster, Audience Podcast provides good value. And then maybe they talk about private podcasting and say, hey, most audio hosts don't offer this, but we do. So if you want to start a private podcast, we can get you over to Castos. And Thoroughly Considered is a podcast by Studio Neat about how they design and create physical products. This is super interesting to me because they painstakingly go through all the details. They have a lot of experience about Kickstarter. And when you listen and you hear how passionate they are about making sure their products are as perfect as possible, well, that alone kind of makes you want to buy them. So they are doing a really good job of talking about how they're running their business, which is helpful for physical product owners, but it also helps people learn about their products and the importance of that attention to detail. So the tip here, if you start your own podcast, is build your list with a clear call to action. Too many podcasts don't have a clear call to action. They just say, subscribe on Apple Podcasts or follow us on YouTube. That's not good enough. Instead, it should be, hey, if you want to learn more about maintaining your bicycle so that it lasts longer, head on over to bikepodcast.com/123. That's the episode number. Over there, you'll find show notes. You'll also find a way to get a free PDF on how to fix your bicycle chain. If you want to submit feedback, you can do that too. Again, that's bikepodcast.com/123. That's your website. People are going to it to get an extra resource, and then they're on your website. So they opt in. You say, by the way, if you want to learn about our tool to fix bicycle chains, we sell it here. Check it out. And the third option is podcast sponsorship. So I know maybe you're thinking, well, Joe runs a podcast. It would behoove him to talk about podcast sponsorship. But again, I think going on other people's podcasts is the most important and the best way for you to get page views. However, there are reasons that you might want to try podcast sponsorship. First of all, people who listen to a show trust the host. They will trust the host more than they trust you until you can establish that trust through demonstrating your expertise. With a podcast ad, you can also be specific about your messaging and when the ad runs. And a direct sell is expected, right? So the podcast host should make sure that they are making it clear that they're reading an ad and that they're going to talk about the benefits and how you can buy it. And again, with a podcast ad, you get to control all of this. I've had people try to come on my show and say, all right, we want to promote this thing and the episode needs to come out on October 6th or whatever. And I'm sorry, you don't get to choose that. And if it's going to be a 30-minute sales pitch, I'm either not publishing the episode or I'm going to send you a bill. So if you're going to be a guest, you need to provide value for the audience. But if you want to specifically promote something, well, that's what podcast sponsorships are for. So again, people will trust the host. You can be specific about your messaging and when the ad runs, and you can do the direct sale. Now, a couple of things to think about when doing podcast sponsorships. Make sure the host does the ad read. This is so important because, like I just said, people trust the host. So if they're going to get a voice actor to do it, then it kind of degrades that trust a little bit. Podcasts are an intimate medium. Put $1 in the jar. That's how everybody describes podcasts. But it's true, right? People listen to that host and they trust that host. And if the host does the ad read, it's that host giving their stamp of approval. And so that's really important. You should also know the difference between permanent and dynamically inserted ads. A permanent ad is usually read by the host during the podcast itself. So it's always going to be in that episode, no matter how much time passes. Dynamically inserted ads are generally when a host pauses and leaves a tiny gap where they mark the time. And then there's software that will automatically refresh and replace ad reads. So the benefit is dynamically inserted ads could be cheaper because they're literally however many listens that ad gets. But people, with permanent ads, people who advertised on my show in 2017, that ad is still there. So anybody who's listening to the back catalog will hear about that sponsor. If you're promoting a specific event or time-sensitive deal, dynamically inserted ads might be better. But if you're trying to build that brand awareness, permanent ads are much better. You should also let the host use your product or service. Again, this is important because people trust the host, and you want the host to give their stamp of approval. And if they can intelligently talk about your product and what they liked about your product, then that's going to lend even more credibility. And on that same token, it's my credibility on the line. So I want to use, or at least try, everything that's advertised on my show. Because if I'm talking about it, I want to make sure it's good. So let the host use your product or service. Finally, you should sponsor at least 6 episodes. Again, people are going to skip episodes. People are only half listening. The more often you sponsor a podcast, the more likely it is that people are going to hear and remember and visit. This is why Squarespace and Casper and MeUndies, this is why all of them sponsor every podcast all the time. Because you don't always need a new mattress, you don't always need a new website, and you don't always need new underwear. But when you do, you're going to remember, oh man, I heard about MeUndies like 1,000,000 times. I'm going to go check them out. And I'm going to use that discount code. And speaking of, measuring ROI for a podcast can be really hard. Because again, people are listening, maybe they remember your name later and Google it, but here are a few things that you can do to help. Have a custom landing page for listeners. There's that pesky clear call to action again. All right, make it yourwebsite.com/name of podcast or name of host. From there, have your offer. This could be a direct sale, 20% off or whatever. Have a discount code to track purchases for people who don't access your website through the landing page you set up, but you can still track those purchases because they're going to hear the discount code and remember it and use it later. But it's also really important to understand that this could be more about building awareness now than it is buying right now. So again, people aren't going to need a mattress all the time, but that's not why Casper advertises on podcasts. Maybe some people will buy today, but when they do need a mattress, they'll remember Casper because their favorite podcast host talked about it. So what's the biggest takeaway? It's a clear call to action. No matter what you do, remember that be listening with one ear. They'll be multitasking, doing other things. And so they're not going to remember a complicated call to action, or they're not going to remember to do 4 things. They're going to remember, hey, visit casabona.org/holiday to get your free PDF or your discount code or whatever. Have that clear call to action, repeat it a couple of times to embed it in their memory so that when they are ready, they can either check the show notes for it or they can visit it themselves. But no matter whether you have your own podcast, you're a guest on someone else's podcast, or you're sponsoring, that custom landing page and that clear call to action will do wonders. Thanks so much for watching my talk. My name's Joe Casabona. I help creators create more easily. I also help people make money podcasting. You can get these slides and all of the resources and a special offer I'm going to tell you about in a minute over at casabona.org/holiday. Be sure to connect with me on Twitter. I'm at jcasabona. Let me know what you thought about this talk. And if you want some ideas for your own podcast or what you could talk about going on podcasts, there's a free PDF available at casabona.org/holiday along with the slides that will give you 52 podcast episode ideas and topics. And if I've really sold you on this and you're like, how do I start a podcast? Or how do I specifically be a good podcast guest? Well, for people who are attending the Holiday Ecommerce Summit, I'm offering a free 30-minute podcast consult. You can sign up again over at casabona.org. Thanks so much for watching my talk. I hope you learned something. And until next time, get out there and build something.
Hey, thanks a lot, Joe. I love all the information about podcasting. And if you want to find Joe's podcast, it's howibuiltit.com. Again, casabona.org/holiday. Go ahead and grab that super informative piece of information for some podcast ideas. 52 of them is a lot. That's an entire year's worth of ideas right there. Coming up, we have a great talk with Matt Cromwell, who's going to be sharing us some information about Good Giving Tuesday. It's, I think, a really important conversation. You know, a lot of major retailers plan on making Black Friday start a little bit earlier, and they want Cyber Monday to run a little bit longer. One of the days that is often forgotten about is Giving Tuesday, and Matt's going to tell us a little bit about how we can use that to put some money back into our pocket. We're going to take just a quick break. We're going to grab some coffee, some water, some lunch, whatever it is, a bathroom break if you need it. And we will be back in just a couple minutes with Matt's talk. Thanks, guys. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2021 Holiday E-Commerce Summit. I'm Gasper Rubino from the Nexus team. Coming up next, we have a great talk with Matt Cromwell from GiveWP. You know, we talk about Cyber Monday, we talk about Black Friday, you know, we talk about, you know, Small Business Saturday, but really we often forget as merchants and as online store owners the value of Giving Tuesday. 82% of participants in Giving Tuesday want to use it to try something new, right? And merchants and e-commerce owners, we can use that to our benefit, and that's what Matt's going to tell us all about. So Matt, why don't you get us started?
Hey there, I'm Matt at GiveWP, and I run operations and marketing here. I'm going to share with you why I believe your business can benefit greatly by participating in Giving Tuesday. I believe that Giving Tuesday is an untapped resource for you to expand your brand reach into new audiences. increase your employee retention, and ultimately to increase your e-commerce sales. You might be asking yourself why you, as a for-profit business, should listen to what I, a co-founder of a donation plugin, has to say about profits. Well, briefly, yes, GiveWP is the best donation plugin for WordPress, but we are also a for-profit business ourselves. We're running e-commerce campaigns and sales every day of the year. So, but more importantly, our mission is to democratize generosity. And honestly, we can't do that without businesses like yours. Generosity is about more than just donations. It's about our collective social responsibility. So let's get into it by starting with what is Giving Tuesday and why should you care? Giving Tuesday, in their own words, is a movement that unleashes the power of radical generosity around the world. What's not to like about that? It was created in 2012 by the people at the 92nd Street Y. It started as a response to the consumerism around Black Friday, but has since evolved into its own nonprofit organization all around celebrating one day of the year of doing good in the world. It happens every year on the Tuesday after Black Friday. Nonprofit organizations all over the world participate by registering on the Giving Tuesday website and running Giving Tuesday fundraising campaigns on their websites. Donors and organizations participate by donating online and also sharing their generosity with the hashtag Giving Tuesday. Who remembers that skit? I think it's still funny. But why should you and your business care about Giving Tuesday? Well, in one word, corporate social responsibility. Okay, that's 3 words, but it's one idea. A lot of people call it CSR. CSR matters more than ever for for-profit businesses. Customers are choosing brands that are socially responsible now more than ever, and employees are preferring to work for corporations that care about the social and environmental welfare. And truthfully, in the face of all of the need that exists in our world today, we need corporations to chip in to make a big impact. At the end of the day, though, when faced with the question, should my business partake in a day of doing good? My simple answer is, well, why not? All right. So before I share the ideas about how you could participate in Giving Tuesday, I want to tell you 3 ways that participating can help your bottom line. They are: 1, it can help your marketing reach new audiences. 2, it can help improve your employee retention. And 3, it can increase brand loyalty among your customers, which of course means, yes, Giving Tuesday can help improve your sales. So how does Giving Tuesday help your marketing reach new audiences? Well, this one is actually a 2-for-1. It's both a reason and a campaign idea at the same time. Here's the idea. The best way to participate in Giving Tuesday as a for-profit business like yourself is to partner with a nonprofit or charity that is running a Giving Tuesday campaign already. I'll talk about why this is so helpful a bit later, but in terms of reach, any nonprofit that is participating in Giving Tuesday has a donor base, an audience that loves them and supports them already. And by partnering with them financially and through marketing efforts, you get your products and your brand in front of this audience. Keep in mind though, Giving Tuesday is a global effort. There is potential here for your partnership to be shown very broadly. Partnering is a great way for your products and services to get in front of a larger audience and most likely a group of potential customers that previously hadn't heard of you before. Additionally, depending on the nature of your partnership with them, your nonprofit organization could be including your brand in emails and social media efforts, blog posts, and at events, and even more. So how does participating in Giving Tuesday increase your brand loyalty? Well, we are all exposed to the latest science and studies that inform us of the growing challenges our world faces, from climate change to the pandemic, from third world starvation to political refugees. There is no drought of urgent needs our environment and our people face. Consumers see corporations as part of the solution. Honestly, there is a growing consensus that businesses have a social responsibility to use their significant wealth and resources to directly benefit the world. What this means is simply that price, when it comes to your products, is no longer king. For example, market research by the company Clutch in 2019 says that only 44% of consumers, less than half, say price is among the most important attributes of a company, compared to 71% saying that being environmentally friendly is most important to their buying decisions. That same survey also showed consumers preferring companies who showed social responsibility and giving back to their local communities as more important in their buying decisions than price was. We know that these trends also are increasing with younger generations as well. Younger consumers and your younger employees also consider social responsibility vital to your business. Giving Tuesday then presents you with one strong opportunity to show that your social responsibility matters. Lastly, how does participating in Giving Tuesday benefit employee retention? Well, another business trend in the market over recent years is recognizing that skilled employees are more likely to change jobs frequently. Losing employees is costly. It takes time and resources to recruit and hire and then train new staff. Your business is more profitable and stable when you can increase employee retention. I already alluded to the fact that younger generations are motivated more to businesses that take their social responsibility seriously. This is reflected in market research over and over again and proven in many employee exit surveys. Giving Tuesday is not only a chance to show your employees that you take your social responsibility seriously, but it's also a big opportunity to get them involved in it as well. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit because this is another one of the ideas, not just a reason why, but getting your employees involved in fundraising for a cause is a big part of why you should participate in Giving Tuesday as well. Okay, so we've covered why your business should participate in Giving Tuesday. Now here's a few of the hows. First and foremost, I mentioned previously that you should partner with a nonprofit or charity that is planning a Giving Tuesday campaign. This takes time and coordination for sure, but it's a big part of the success for your efforts. Start early, like in the summer, and spend some time seeking out organizations that have participated in Giving Tuesday in the past. You could find them on the givingtuesday.org website. Naturally, it works best if you already have a contact at that organization, but reaching out to a local organization or even surveying your employees for which nonprofit they would love to support is a great way to get started too. Once you have chosen and connected with your organization, make a clear plan with them for specifically how each of you will support each other's efforts. How will you drive donors to their website? Or how will your campaign result in a large donation to theirs? Also, make sure that they have a plan for how they're going to promote you, of course, too. Will they email your constituents or their constituents about you? Will there be a logo on their website that goes to your website? Will they mention you in social media? Either way, set the tone for strong but equal promotion of each other. My last idea is my favorite. You should get your employees involved by having them sign up for a peer-to-peer fundraising effort. The nonprofit can host the peer-to-peer fundraising pages that your employees sign up for. You can even have your different company departments be the teams. How would your marketing team, for example, do against your customer service department? I mean, I know at GiveWP that would be a tough battle. Lots of fun. This is a great way to get many people involved, and your business can be promoting your employees and gamifying the whole experience by encouraging competition for who raises the most individually or as a team. All right, folks. This was my best pitch to you to take your social responsibility as a business seriously and to start with a Giving Tuesday campaign this year. Corporate responsibility is bigger than a one-off campaign, though. This is just the beginning. Hopefully, by getting involved with a local nonprofit this year, you and your employees will see what a difference they can make together, and your change-making ideas will start to snowball over time. Thanks so much for listening. If you do start a campaign, I'd love to hear about it. Ping us on Twitter at GiveWP or myself at LearnWithMattC. Or, of course, our contact form at givewp.com is always open. Thanks, and here's to you and a more generous and healthy 2021.
Thanks, Matt. That was a lot of great information on how to get not only your customers involved, but your employees involved as well into Giving Friday. Or Giving Tuesday, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Giving Tuesday, Small Business Saturday. It's a weekend long of sales and events, and we want to make sure that you guys are succeeding the most that you can. And so coming up, we're going to be talking to Corey Ashton, who's a consultant for Ask Corey. She runs her own consultant agency. If you want, you can see her at askcorey.com, but she's going to take time to tell us how to be more intentional to improve cart conversions, cross-marketing, social reach, and really review ways to find new, interesting options for increasing conversion and revenue. Before that, though, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. So if you guys want, feel free to get up, stretch your legs a little bit, and we will be back in just a little bit.
just don't know what I'm supposed to be. I'm stuck. Does it get easier?
One more time. Hey, everybody. Sorry about that. Welcome back again to the 2021 Holiday E-Commerce Summit. I am Gasper Rubino, your host from the Nexus team. We're halfway through the summit, and we've learned a lot of great things, about how to take care of our category page so that we can show some variations and simplify that cart process. We've talked to Joe Casabona and learned all about the podcast world and how we can get our product out there and how we can add value to the podcast. And I think our next conversation here with Corey Ashton from Ask Corey is one of our more important ones, because it's not just simply, a single channel solution that she's going to be talking about. What she's going to tell us about in this workshop is we're going to review ways that increase conversions across your entire website, right? So we're going to talk about cross-marketing, social reach, retargeting. We're really going to get into some in-depth things, and I don't want to spoil it or go too far into it. So I'm just going to let Corey go ahead and jump in and tell us all about it.
Hey y'all, I'm Corey Ashton, and I'm so excited to share with you some great ideas about conversion inside of your e-commerce website. So we are moving into the holidays, and hopefully you're going to have a ton of new traffic coming into your website. If so, it's time now to start thinking about their user experience and how you can ultimately improve their experience on your website in hopes of improving your overall conversion. We want them to be able to check out. So today we are going to talk about turning your ho-ho-hum into ho-ho heck yeah. I don't think that was the actual title, but that's what we're going to go with for now. So we all know, if we've done any sort of research in the past, we've done our homework on understanding what standard user experience or UX optimization looks like. If you've been running an e-commerce website, you probably know some of these tips already. Things like using great images of your products, and even better, trying to use video for your product so that people can click play and really experience your product or your service, right? To get an idea of truly what it looks like to feel, to touch, to experience that product. A really cool option, and the higher resolution, the better, right? We also know about offering time-sensitive deals to create that sense of urgency, to get people to want to take action now. So limited time offer, or space is limited, or be sure to sign up now. Or I've even seen some websites having a countdown clock saying that this deal is only available for the next 20 minutes. I would say somewhere in between there, try to figure out if you can increase that sense of urgency to allow that customer to feel like, hey, I better jump on this deal while I can. Another great tip that we probably all know is understanding that the majority of your traffic, more than likely these days, is coming on a cell phone. So you need to be certain to take time with your cell phone, navigate through your website, and actually try to click around to be certain that you can add something to a cart and check out easily and quickly. You do not want somebody to struggle staying on your website, not being able to add in their credit card information from a mobile phone. So the more optimization you can do with mobile experience, the higher your conversion rate should be. We also know that Search Engine Land has told us over 88% of e-commerce shoppers will buy more after they have checked out the reviews. So be certain to allow customers to review your products or your services, because I guarantee you shoppers are looking for those. And of course, if you're running e-commerce, you know all about cart abandonment. It is a tough thing to navigate through and to conquer. But one of the ways you can improve that is with automation. Having some sort of a system set up that it can send emails to that person, or just a quick little reminder to say, hey, you started to check out, you've left this in your cart. Please come back. We'll give you a deal, right? All of that is that instant communication, that automation that should help bring people back to your website or keep them navigating on your website. We already know these 5. We've been there, done that. Let's talk about 5 other things that can take us to the next level. Time out. Before we get to those 5, let's define conversion. Did you know that there can actually be multiple conversion points on your website? You can have several things become valuable to you where you're either getting a return on your investment if you're using paid marketing, driving that traffic over to your site. Maybe you have a really good local draw and people are coming in because they know your name, and so they're coming to the website, and you're having multiple things happen, especially if you have reoccurring traffic, or maybe they've already purchased before and now they're coming back to leave a review. Maybe they're coming back to do other types of engagement, right? So I have a few examples here of several different types of conversion points. I just mentioned reviews. Maybe they're coming back and they're going to either read reviews or write a review on their product. That's a great conversion point. We love that. We can also have them come and add something to a wish list. That's a really cool conversion point because we know they have to make an account and they're going to start to collect and maybe do some comparison shopping here on the website. We can grab all sorts of data from that conversion point. There's also the share this product. That's a great conversion point because now they're becoming brand ambassadors for us. They're sharing this out on their social media or sending it in an email. We love that type of conversion point. There's obviously the big one, the add to cart. We think that's amazing. We want them to add this product into a cart. And ultimately, our primary conversion, though, is going to be pay now, right? Hopefully they've gone through, they've added multiple products or services to their cart. They have now completed adding in all their information in the checkout. That's another conversion point. But at the end of the day, the primary one that we care most about is actually completing the purchase or completing that conversion. It's really important that we think through what is our intention on every single landing page on our website. As somebody is spending time on our site, thinking about what are they supposed to do on this page. Let's create a hierarchy of importance when it comes to your conversion points. All right, let's get to those 5. So I know sometimes we are a small mom and pop shop. Maybe you don't have a lot of employees that can just be hanging out at a computer, listening for the doorbell to ding when you have a customer coming onto your site. But I'm going to tell you that that's a great opportunity for you to actually go ahead and get a conversion in real time. Somebody has come to your website. They might have questions, especially if the majority of your audience is still learning about your product or your service, and they're coming in with a state of awareness that's kind of requiring you to educate them a little bit more and maybe answer some additional questions. Live chat is a really great feature for you to add to your website so that in real time, you can rein in that sale. Another cool thing to note about this is a lot of times live chat is a free feature you can add to your website. Now, this one might be common as well. We all know that we should have an SSL on our website, but let's talk about even adding more proof that we're safe and secure. Maybe you can add a McAfee badge to your site, or maybe you can mention something about the hosting provider that you have, that you are running on a secure server. These little small signals give the consumer the extra boost of confidence that they need to be certain to bring out their credit card, type in their numbers, and commit to that purchase. We know that having these trust signals can significantly increase conversion. And I'm going to say one more thing past having these little trust factors. Having something that's wonky on your screen like this can easily distract and detour somebody from trusting you even more. So again, this is where you want to be consistently looking at your own website, testing it on different devices to be certain that you're not having a little bit of text kick out, especially if that button is add to cart. Somebody's going to look at that button and go, no, there's something not right here. I don't trust this website anymore. And they are going to bounce off and leave and go buy from your competitor. Now, this one is interesting because a lot of times we don't want to encourage returns. We like to keep our profit in our pocket. But let me just share with you that a lot of customers want to read your returns policy. They're looking for that in the fine print along with your privacy statement. They're looking for your returns policy statement, and they're going to click on that and go in and see what you allow, whether it's a 30 days or a no returns policy, whatever that looks like. They're interested to know. We know that more than 50% of customers go to look at a returns policy and they will read through it. So if you can, I would suggest that you take time, polish your returns policy, and allow for a little bit of extra flexibility during the holidays, and see if that gives you a little bit of a boost. This one might not seem logical, but adding a guest checkout actually still allows you to get their email address, their physical address if you're shipping them a product, their name, sometimes their phone number. So even a guest checkout will still get you great lead information so that you can add them to your drip campaigns or any other automation that you have. You'll ultimately get that information anyway. This just eliminates the need for the individual to fill out a long profile. What's interesting is even the psychology of just saying we offer guest checkout allows the individual to feel like it's not going to be a heavy lift for them to check out and buy a product from you. They think that it's just a quick pass. So they click on that and instantly go right into giving you their name and email and shipping address anyway. The only thing it's not going to do is probably allow them to come back and check on the shipping status of their order. But if you have automation set in place, you can automatically still send them all of those notifications inside of that email address that you already collected. It's a really cool thing that you can do. And this really is something that we've seen push conversion on a website, just simply saying we offer guest checkout. Remember that forcing the user to commit even further can a lot of times cause them to bounce and leave your website. The fifth and final thing is calls to action. Of course, you need a very clear call to action on your website. You need somebody to be able to see definitively where to click, especially again, if they're coming in on a mobile device. You want it to be very, very clear, but what you don't want to do is add too many calls to action. You don't want to add all around your main button all these different things that could potentially completely distract the individual from doing what you want them to do. So if you have an add to wish list, if you have a share this product, if you have a click here to read reviews, if all of this is going on directly around your add to cart button, we're psychologically asking the user to pick and choose, pick and choose, pick and choose, right? Especially if the buttons are equally weighted. Meaning, if we have an add to cart button sitting here and a wish list button sitting here, and they looked identical, that would really be a distraction. Thankfully, with this example, you see a solid add to cart button as well as what we call a ghost button, which is just that little outline that allows the user to differentiate between the two, understanding that one, add to cart, is more prioritized. But still, I would say eliminate all the distractions so that we don't have the customer think, squirrel, and potentially leave us. So now we have learned about these new opportunities for conversion and improvements on conversion. So what about tracking the results? I think one of the most frustrating things that I find is we work really hard to implement some of these strategies. We think to ourselves, okay, light bulb moment, I get it. I want to go try that method of improving the conversion. But then we just either just simply don't have the time or don't take the time to add in extra code that would allow us to track the results. Obviously, if we have great sales online, we think that conversion is working. But what about those secondary conversion points or those tertiary conversion points, these things that we know ultimately at the end of the day could be valuable to us? What if you had a conversion point of sign up now and we got their email address, or maybe subscribe to our newsletter and again you got an email address? All of those are really, really great conversion points, but if we're not tracking those, we don't really understand how overall our marketing is working. You can be doing some A/B testing, but again, if you're not looking at those results, looking at those metrics on a consistent basis, it's really easy to let 30 days, 60 days, 90 days go by without pivoting your marketing strategy, and ultimately you're losing time, losing out on valuable conversions. So I want to share with you just a couple of quick little tools that you can have plugged in. Some of these are even in the budget of free. We love that budget. So Google Analytics, that is in the budget of free. You can go register today for a free Google Analytics account. plug it into your website, and all of a sudden, you're going to be getting all sorts of really cool data, where your traffic is coming from, their age range, their device that they're using. So maybe they're on a mobile device predominantly. It's good to know that so that you can optimize the experience for mobile, right? You'll want to know also literally where they're coming from territorially, right? So if you look at location on there, you can see not only where they came from on maybe Google and their search term, but also their physical location. You can see based on counties, zip codes. That's so important to understand where your marketing is extending out to and working, and maybe where you're identifying an opportunity to grow into a different market. There's also some really cool recording software that you can use. The one I'm going to recommend for you here is Hotjar. There are several other options, so you can go out there and do some Googling around to see what tool might be a better fit for you. But you've heard probably of heat maps, where we can start to see where the user spends most of their time on a website. Well, check this out. So this is Hotjar. You can actually see the cursor movement of your user. You can see how far they scroll up and down. It's recording every interaction, whether they're coming in on a cell phone. You get to see what that looks like. You get to see them explore, hesitate, leave, right? And you really start to learn how different users are experiencing your content, your products, what's working, what's not working. There's so much value here. Obviously, the heat map idea is here as well, giving you a visualization of the behavior of your users. This is another resource that Hotjar offers. I'm going to recommend, if you're struggling to really understand, maybe you think you've invested a lot of money and time in the design of your website, and you're struggling to see that improvement really kick up. This is kind of that next level monitoring that's really going to bring you the insight to let you have those aha moments and say, oh my goodness, I visually see their struggle. I see where they're not even clicking on the button that I put right there on the screen. They don't even know to go to that button. So you can start to maybe move that button in priority down the page, or highlight it better, change the color of it, change the language on that button, right? These types of things are what ultimately allow you to make small pivots on your website that ultimately lead to conversion. Earlier on in the presentation, I mentioned cart abandonment software. So be sure to look at that. Your CMS, right, the system that you're using should allow you to plug in, if it's not already there, plug in some extra code to allow you to start tracking anytime somebody does not complete that purchase. Maybe they've added it to the cart, they've already started the process, and they've gotten distracted, or they've gone to do a price comparison search, right? You want to re-engage with that individual. Social media analytics is a really cool, again, free budget to go over and look at your analytics happening on social media. It's really amazing to watch and see how many people come from Facebook over to look at some of your products. Understanding where you're spending your time on which social media platforms will allow you to engage there more and ultimately increase your conversion. Your CRM. So earlier I mentioned the acronym CMS, right? So your content management system should be the thing that allows you to add in that cart abandonment software, but your customer relations management tool, so anything like HubSpot or anything like that, will also bring you more tracking. You'll be able to see where they're coming into your website, how many pages they're clicking around on, and you'll be able to follow that user journey, allowing you to see where they fall off, where they bounce and leave, where they get confused. So you're able to literally follow them up until the point of break in their experience with you. And now you can get there and start to tinker in that space and hopefully improve, and really navigate that user in through to the final conversion point of checking out. All right, y'all, I know that was a really quick run through as I'm sharing with you 5 more things that you can be doing to optimize for conversion on your website. But I'm going to ask that you take a time out right now. You're a little bit ahead of the game right now as we're a few weeks out from holidays. You have time to go explore these options. think about adding that live chat. Give it a test. Maybe only run it for a couple of hours a day. You can go into your Google Analytics, which you should be running on your website, right? Go into your analytics, see when the highest time frame of all of your traffic is. What days of the week do you get the most traffic? What hours in the day do you get the most traffic? Try to go in during that time and offer live chat. See if you're able to rein in a few extra conversions for the day. You'll see it in the register, I promise. If it's working, keep it on. If it's not, simply turn it off and it'll disappear from your website. Let's be safe also and add in any of those trust signals that you can include on your website and be certain that there's nothing wonky or wackadoo staring at somebody as they're trying to trust your website, understand your product, and want to buy from you. See if you can be a little bit more flexible in that returns policy. More than likely, when somebody gets your product, they're going to love it so much, they're not going to come back to you. Unless it's to buy more. Be sure to be friendly and offer that guest checkout. Understanding again that you're still going to have their name, their email, their shipping address. It's all going to live there. It's just not going to be a heavy lift for them to check out with you. And finally, remember to limit those calls to action. While we enjoy offering people the opportunity to engage throughout our website, we want to funnel them in a clear, direct path to ringing our register and making themselves happy with buying that gift or buying that extra treasure that they can't live without. Y'all, thanks so much for taking these few minutes with me. I hope this helps you in your conversion on your e-commerce site. Overall, be certain that you're running great security. Be certain that you have great hosting so that the website is fast and that you have the ability to have a lot of traffic ringing that register all at the same time, right? All of that is a part of your conversation with your hosting provider. You can sit down with them and say, hey, I'm expecting 2,000 people to come buy on my website over the next 60 days. Is my server ready for that type of traffic? Can I be certain that I can have 5, 6, 12 people at a time checking out on my website? If that's the case, your hosting provider can tell you if your website is ready for that. And your hosting provider, hopefully Nexus, can tell you all about how secure your website is and give you some of that language that you can post on your website to offer those trust signals. Hope this has been helpful, y'all. Hope you have wonderful, happy holidays. Bye, y'all.
Hello, my name is Michael Moore and I'm the product manager at iThemes, and we are a very proud member of the Liquid Web family of brands. If you're running an online store, you're likely to see a steep increase in traffic during the holiday season. With so many new customers entering in sensitive information like their credit card numbers or their personal home addresses, right now is the perfect time to perform a security audit on your online store. So today we're going to show you how to perform a 10-point security audit on your website. And just for what it's worth, those of you with client sites, this is a perfect service you can provide at any time of the year. Now don't worry, although performing a 10-point security audit can sound a little intimidating or daunting, it really isn't that complicated. All we're going to do today is ask ourselves 10 different questions to make sure we are ready for the holiday season. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into our first question. The first thing you want to ask yourself is whether or not your store is on the right platform. For example, Shopify, Magento, and WordPress are probably the 3 most popular platforms that people use to create their stores. None of these 3 platforms would be popular e-commerce solutions if they weren't innately secure. All 3 platforms have their strengths and weaknesses, so you should do a little bit of research on your own to figure out which one best fits your needs. A quick audit of your platform might include the following questions. Does the platform frequently push out updates to address security vulnerabilities? Does the platform employ or utilize a team that is devoted to ensuring security standards are met? Does the platform have a history of large-scale data breaches or vulnerabilities that were left open? What is the reputation of the platform as being secure? One more thing to keep in mind when you're choosing which platform is best for you. How easy will it be for you to make a change in the future and migrate to a new platform or to a new host? Whether it is new technology or a poor customer experience, you may find yourself needing or wanting a change. If you need to move away from Shopify for whatever reason, you can migrate your Shopify store to a WooCommerce store. However, it won't be nearly as easy as moving a WordPress store to a new web host. Another plus for WordPress is that it allows for more customization and a greater suite of tools you can choose from to create, build, and grow your online store. The second thing we need to ask ourselves is whether or not our store is on the right host. So not all web hosts are created equal, and choosing one solely on price can end up costing you way more in the long run. Most shared hosting environments are secure, but some shared hosting environments don't properly separate user accounts. And if user accounts aren't properly separated, that means that if one user account becomes compromised, every account on that server could also be compromised. So that means if you're on this hypothetical server and someone else's site is hacked, your site could get hacked too at no fault of your own. You should only choose a host that is vigilant about applying the latest security patches and following the other critical web hosting security best practices. That is why, when asked, I always recommend people investing into an e-commerce focused hosting solution like Liquid Web's managed WooCommerce hosting. Full disclosure, as I stated earlier, I am the product manager at iThemes, and iThemes is part of the Liquid Web family of brands. However, I do urge you to go price shopping and find another host that is offering the same value at the same price as Liquid Web. No one has ever started an online store being enthusiastic about the hours and hours of time they will have to spend becoming proficient and all the different technical details that is required to keep their online store up and running. Having a managed e-commerce host will save you a lot of time and hassle in the managing of your site. There is never enough time in the day. That's why I always urge people to spend their time growing their business instead of reading technical documentation. The third question we need to ask ourselves is whether or not our shop is PCI DSS compliant. Now, if you accept credit card payments, you must meet the payment card industry data security standards. According to the official PCI Security Standards Council, if you accept or process payment cards, the PCI data standards apply to you. And these standards include over 300 different security requirements. But for the purpose of this webinar, we're just going to do a quick overview of the PCI DSS best practices. Alright, as you can see, we have the PCI data security standards separated by the goals and the requirements for each goal. Our first goal is to build and maintain a secure network. We can do that by installing and maintaining a firewall configuration to protect cardholder data. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about firewalls later on in this webinar. And we're also going to want to not use vendor supplied defaults for system passwords and other security parameters. So anytime a vendor default password is provided to us, we're going to want to make sure that we update that with a new, unique, and very strong password. Our next goal is we're going to want to protect cardholder data. We're going to want to protect stored cardholder data, which means if we're storing any of the cardholder information, we want to make sure that's secure and protected. We're also going to want to encrypt transmission of cardholder data across open and public networks. So if someone's entering in a credit card information, we're going to want to make sure they're able to do that securely. Our next goal is to maintain a vulnerability management program. So we're going to use and regularly update antivirus software and programs, and we're also going to develop and maintain secure systems and applications. Our next goal is to implement strong access control measures. Restrict access to cardholder data by business need to know. So if someone doesn't need to see the cardholder data, they shouldn't have the privileges required to see them. We're also going to want to assign a unique ID to each person with computer access. That way we can monitor exactly who is viewing this information. And they're also going to want to restrict physical access to cardholder data. Our next goal is to regularly monitor and test networks. So we're going to track and monitor all access to the network resources and cardholder data, and we're going to regularly test security systems and processes. And our final goal is to maintain an information security policy. And we're going to maintain a policy that addresses information security for both employees and contractors. When you elect to take someone's debit card number, meeting these requirements will go a long way to prevent a malicious attacker from draining their bank accounts. I would strongly urge you to get some expert advice to ensure you're meeting the PCI DSS requirements. The complexity of PCI compliance is another great reason for you to choose a managed e-commerce solution when picking your hosting provider. They can offer you the support and answer any questions you have as they come up when you're implementing your PCI security strategy. The fourth question we need to ask is, do I collect too much data on my customers? The more information you collect on your customers, the more information that can be compromised during a breach. For example, in the DoorDash breach, customers' phone numbers, email addresses, home addresses, and hash passwords were compromised. That combination of information could be all that is needed to take out a fraudulent loan. You should never collect more information on your customer than you need. If you're selling digital products that do not automatically renew, why would you ever collect and store their mailing address? You should also consider using a payment gateway like Stripe. Payment gateways allow you to offload credit card payments so that your store can accept online payments without ever having to process or store the credit card numbers. Stripe will also help you become PCI DSS compliant. Unfortunately, there will always be attackers online, and there will never be a lack of reports of sites being compromised. Limiting the information you collect on your customers will limit the amount of information exposed during a breach. You can't lose customer data that you don't have. The fifth question we need to ask ourselves is whether or not we're encrypting the communication between our customers and our store. Secure Socket Layers, also known as SSL, is a security technology that provides encryption between a client and a web server. To understand this a bit more simply, a client is the web browser that your customer is using, like Chrome or Safari, and the web server is your online website or your store. An easy way to tell if the website you're visiting has an SSL certificate installed is to look at your browser's address bar to see if the URL starts with HTTP or HTTPS. If the URL begins with HTTPS, you are safely browsing on a site using SSL. Let's take a moment to talk about how not having an SSL certificate can really cost you. Google penalizes sites without SSL certificates in their search results. This means it's going to be harder for potential customers to find your website. Not to mention that browsers mark websites without SSL certificates as insecure. And so those customers that do actually find your website are not likely to feel comfortable making a purchase. Now, according to a study by GlobalSign, 85% of online shoppers will avoid websites that are marked as insecure. So not having an SSL certificate can cost you with your SEO, with people finding your website, and also with people feeling comfortable enough with you and trusting you enough to give you their money. Anytime a customer makes a purchase, there's communication that happens between their browser and our online shop. For example, when they enter their credit card number, their browser will share the number with our online store. After the store receives the payment, it then tells our customer's browser to let them know that that purchase was successful. One thing to keep in mind is that the information shared between their browser and our store server is that the information actually makes several stops in transit. So SSL provides encryption to that communication to ensure that their credit card isn't seen until it reaches the final destination of our store's server. To better understand how encryption works, think about how our purchases get delivered. If you've ever tracked the delivery status of an online purchase, you would have seen that your orders made several stops before arriving at your home. If a seller didn't properly package your purchase, it would be easy for people at every stop to see exactly what you purchased. SSL is a crucial tool in preventing bad guys from intercepting sensitive information like passwords and credit card numbers that are shared between your customer's browser and your store's server. The sixth question we want to ask ourselves in our security audit is, are my customers' accounts secure? A brute force attack is the most common type of attack you'll see on your customer accounts. Brute force is a type of hack where an attacker tries to guess a random combination of usernames and passwords until they find the right one. The reason why brute force attacks are so popular is that the barrier of entry is very low. You can find plenty of free password cracking tools just by doing a Google search. The great news is that using a WordPress security plugin like iTheme Security Pro makes it easy to prevent attacks on your customers' logins from being successful. iTheme Security Pro has 3 great settings to help you secure your customer accounts. The first setting is to force strong passwords. You can force your customers to use a strong password. So why would you want to do this? Well, in a list compiled by Splash Data, the most common password included in all database dumps was 123456. So our customers might need just a little bit of help in picking a password that's actually going to protect their sensitive information. The second setting is to refuse compromised passwords. You can force your customers to use a password that hasn't already appeared in a database breach. Even though 90% of people know that reusing a password is bad, 70% of people still do. And hackers can use a form of brute force attack called a dictionary attack. A dictionary attack is a method of breaking into a website with commonly used passwords that have appeared in database dumps. The collection number 1 data breach that was hosted on Mega for anyone to download included over 1 billion unique combinations of email addresses and passwords. That kind of score will make it really easy for a hacker to break into your customer accounts. The third setting is two-factor authentication. Using two-factor authentication is the best thing you can do to secure your customer accounts. Two-factor authentication is a process of verifying a person's identity by requiring 2 separate methods of verification. Google shared on its blog that using two-factor authentication can stop 100% of automated bot attacks. I really like those odds. You may be thinking that you would never want to make it harder for your customers to log in and give you money. And I truly understand where you're coming from, but let's take a look at the Ring camera hacks from a couple years ago and see what we can learn from them. So at the time, Ring, owned by Amazon, didn't require anyone to use two-factor authentication or strong passwords when creating a Ring account. Unfortunately, some of these Ring customers were using weak passwords and passwords that were previously compromised. And along with their poor password hygiene, they weren't using any two-factor authentication. And then all of a sudden, you started seeing a ton of news stories about these different Ring cameras getting hacked. And the one that stood out the most, and the one that got shared the most, was this video of this little girl in her room. Unfortunately, some bad actors were able to get into her parents' Ring account and then watch what she was doing while she was playing in her room. And not only were they able to watch what she was doing, they were able to turn on the microphone and say some scary things to her, and the video showed her running out of her room. And guess what happened? The customers didn't look inward and blame themselves for using poor password hygiene. They blamed Ring and Amazon for not properly securing their account. And all the news stories that went around was that the Ring security was very poor and it was easy for people to hack into people's Ring accounts. The truth of the matter is that these Ring customers could have prevented these hacks from happening had they been using strong and unique passwords and securing their accounts with two-factor authentication. So what can we learn from this? It's actually up to us as store owners to require strong passwords and two-factor authentication to secure customers' accounts. Because when a customer's account is hacked, store owners are likely going to get the blame. All right, we're on number 7 on our list. Is the software running my online store up to date? Software updates are not just for new features or bug fixes. Updates can also include security patches for known security exploits. Having a vulnerability for which a patch is available but not applied is the #1 culprit of all hacks. Having software with known vulnerabilities installed on your site gives hackers the blueprints they need to take over your website. It's hard to keep track of every disclosed WordPress vulnerability and compare that list to the version of the plugins and themes you have installed on your website. The iTheme Security Pro Site Scanner is your way to secure and protect your WordPress website from the #1 cause of all software hacks. The Site Scanner checks your site for known vulnerabilities and automatically applies a patch if one is available. Check out the resource page for a link to our weekly WordPress Vulnerability Roundup, where we report the latest plugin and theme vulnerabilities. You can also sign up to have the vulnerability report sent directly to your email inbox every week at no cost to you. The 8th question on our audit is, am I regularly visiting the front end of my website? When was the last time you ran through the front end of your site or even looked at your homepage? As busy site owners, we typically log straight into the back end of our sites to add new products, contents, or to perform site updates. Running through your site's pages and products can help you find signs that your site's been compromised. You should look for these 3 signs of infection when inspecting the front end of your website, or if you find yourself asking, has my site been hacked? Check your homepage for changes. The primary goal of some hacks is to troll a website or to gain notoriety, so they only change your homepage to something they find funny or to leave a hacked by calling card. Look for any malicious pop-ups or spam. Are there any products being advertised on your site that you don't sell? Can you find any unexpected redirects? Do you click on one of your product links only to be redirected to a malicious shop trying to harvest your customers' data? One additional tip for when you perform your front-end audit: disable your ad blocker. Having an ad blocker enabled could actually prevent you from seeing some malicious pop-ups or spam when you're performing your audit. The 9th question we should be asking ourselves is whether or not we're using a content delivery network and a web application firewall. Using a content delivery network, also referred to as a CDN, like Cloudflare CDN, can help protect your shop from DDoS attacks. A CDN will help mitigate a DDoS attack in a couple different ways. The first thing a CDN will do is a CDN can help mitigate a DDoS attack in a couple different ways. The first thing a CDN will do is actively monitor and identify a CDN can help mitigate a DDoS attack in a couple different ways. The first thing a CDN will do is actively monitor and identify that your site is under attack, which is critical. You can't stop an attack A CDN can help mitigate a DDoS attack in a couple different ways. The first thing it can do is it can actively monitor and identify that your site is under attack, which is critical. You can't stop an attack that you aren't set up to detect. Once malicious IPs are identified, the CDN will prevent any requests from the IPs from ever hitting your website. A CDN will help to detect and to stop a DDoS attack on your website. A CDN attack can help detect and stop a DDoS attack from bringing down your online store. The first thing a CDN will do is actively monitor and identify that your site is under attack, which is critical. You can't stop an attack that you aren't set up to detect. Once the malicious IPs are identified, the CDN will prevent any requests from those IPs from ever hitting your site. You should also consider using a web application firewall, also referred to as a WAF. A WAF is able to identify and filter out malicious traffic before it hits your website. Now, unlike a PHP application firewall, so one provided by a WordPress plugin, a cloud web application firewall, like the one provided by Cloudflare, isn't on the same server as your site. So all the security filtering is done off-site and doesn't add any extra load or slow down your website. All right, we're down to our final question we need to ask ourselves. Do I protect my connection when working in public spaces? One of the great things about running an online store is that you can work from anywhere. Unfortunately, public Wi-Fi is known to be very insecure, making public libraries, hotels, coffee shops, and airports prime locations for hackers to intercept communication and harvest passwords. I once worked with an iTheme Security Pro customer who couldn't figure out how their admin account kept getting hacked, even after they changed their password multiple times. After some back and forth, I found out that they like to do most of their work from their local library. And that while they were connected to the library's public Wi-Fi, they weren't using a virtual private network or a VPN. A virtual private network allows you to safely communicate with your bank or online shop by encrypting your internet traffic. Since the iTheme Security Pro customer wasn't using a VPN, their traffic wasn't encrypted and their password kept getting intercepted by a malicious actor. After we suggested that they try using a VPN while working in their local library, they happily reported back to us that using the VPN put a stop to the hacks. Alright, let's take a look at the 10 important questions that you should be able to answer after performing a security audit on your online shop. Is my store on the right platform? Is my store on the right web host? Is my shop PCI DSS compliant? Do I collect too much data on my customers? Am I encrypting communication between my customers and my store? Are my customers' accounts secure? Is the software running on my online store up to date? Am I regularly visiting the front end of my website? Am I using a CDN and WAF? Do I protect my connection when working in public spaces? Unfortunately, we aren't able to prevent hackers from attacking our websites. But the good news is that most attacks on our online stores can be prevented from actually being successful with a little action on our part. And right now is a great time to do a security audit to be sure that your site is secure and ready for the holidays. Again, I am Michael Moore, the iThemes product manager. And don't forget to check out the resource page where I included some helpful links to support the various topics that we talked about today. One final thank you, and I hope you guys have a secure and profitable holiday season.
everybody. First I want to apologize for the audio issues we're having here. Seems to be some microphone issues going on my end, and I apologize for that. Previously, after Michael Moore was talking, he had mentioned about all these things you needed to make sure that you were secure. And I wanted to offer out that WooCommerce hosting that Nexus is known for. We've been in the e-commerce world for a while, and so we've built our managed WooCommerce hosting to be as secure as possible for any one of our clients. And if you sign up right now, you get 50% off your first 6 months using code PERFORMANCE50. It expires on the end of the month, on the 31st on Halloween. So make sure you guys get in there and get signed up right away. We are at this point of the holiday where right now you guys are ahead of the game, right? Corey said it in one of her sessions, and there are a lot of merchants who will delay until almost it becomes too late. And we want to give you a week-by-week checklist that you can follow up with to make sure that you're doing exactly what it is that you need to do to succeed this holiday. And that's what exactly Tiffany Bridge is going to be talking about for us. So Tiffany, go ahead and explain a little bit about what we should be doing.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Bridge, and I'm the product manager for WordPress e-commerce at Nexus. Today we're going to go over some simple site hygiene tasks to make sure that your store is ready for the holidays. And these are things that you could be doing anytime. You don't have to wait for the holidays to do it, but making sure that they're done in advance of Black Friday will make sure that you're avoiding any unpleasant surprises during your busy season, because nobody likes that. So some things to know before you get started. Black Friday, a 4-week countdown to Black Friday starts at Halloween. So there you have some time to think about a couple of really critical things before we get into it. The first one is that supply chains and shipping are kind of messed up this year. It's 2021, there's a pandemic on. You want to make sure that you know how those disruptions are impacting your business. And secondly, you want to know what kind of promotions you want to offer for the holidays. I'll move my face over here. So now that you have thought about those, make sure that you have a pretty good idea of how shipping and supply chains and your suppliers' supply chains are going to impact your product availability. We can move forward. So 4 weeks till Black Friday. The first thing we want to do is run some performance tests. I like to use a combination of webpagetest.org and Google Lighthouse in a Chrome browser. Make sure that you're checking just more than your homepage, but your homepage is a good place to start. You want to make sure that you're checking your kind of key pages. But let's take a look at webpage test. There we go. One of the things that I like about webpagetest.org is that it gives me this cool waterfall view of what's happening on my site, and that means that I can click down to some of these resources that are taking the longest to load and see what they are. Like, for example, this image down here, this lady and her puppy. It's taking the longest of anything else on the site to load, but I also can then look at my store page and see that that's actually pretty far down the page. So if that one takes a little while, I'm actually okay with that. So there might be some things I can do to make that run a little faster, but for the now, that's not going to be my top concern. The other thing that webpage test does is it gives you these letter grades up here at the top. I don't love it for security scores because I find that their recommendations don't always make sense for WordPress sites. So I usually work with other tools for that and ignore this from webpage test. But these other ones, you can see here that if you just click on it, it takes you to a listing of what the problem is. And there are a bunch of assets on my page that aren't using browser caching. They aren't leveraging browser caching to make the page run faster. So that's something that I could take to a developer and have him or her fix. And that's one of the reasons that we're doing this so early, is because we want to make sure that we have time to get that kind of help with our site if we need it, and especially if we're not already working with someone. Okay. It also shows that I'm not using a CDN. A CDN is a nice, easy thing that you can do. Typically, a good WordPress host will offer you CDN. At Nexus, we have our own. Plenty of other hosts offer them as well. But if your host doesn't, you can also leverage CDNs through plugins like Jetpack. Jetpack runs a CDN as well. So that's something else you could do. Another thing you can do here is run a Google Lighthouse test out of the Chrome browser. It's in the developer tools. It's up here. It'll run this report, and it'll give you these handy scores. One of the things that I really like about the Lighthouse test is that it gives you very WordPress specific recommendations. So for example, serve images in next-gen format so they load a little faster. That's great advice, but it specifically recommends like using a plugin or service that will do it, so you can actually get some real advice that you could act on. Another recommendation here, reduce unused CSS, eliminate render blocking resources. It can suggest plugins, it can suggest ways that you can address these problems on your site. And ideally, without, if you don't have a developer, you can maybe even do some of these things yourself. So please do take advantage of these tools and make sure that your site is loading as fast as it needs to load when it has a large number of people hitting it at once. Because every additional, 100 milliseconds or so of load time, it represents lost sales. And so you want to make sure that you're really just shaving things off of that. You're never going to get to 100% or A pluses on all of these grades, but what you can do is increase them and get better. So that's a really important thing for you to do. The other thing that we're going to do 4 weeks out is we are going to make sure that we are updating all of our plugins. Now on Nexus, we're handling that for you. We've got this cool visual comparison tool that shows you, that takes a look at your site before and after applying the plugin updates, and make sure that nothing's breaking on like your key pages. But if you don't have that, you can start up a staging site on your own and run your plugin updates there, and then make sure that nothing breaks. And you can and then avoid applying the ones that do break things. Wait for the next version that maybe fixes the bug, and then make sure. You want to make sure that all your plugin updates are done ahead of time, because as you get closer to the day, maybe you don't want to introduce those changes into your site right away, but you want to be as up to date as you can, because there can be really important like performance and security updates, and you want to make sure that that's all been applied as you head into the holiday season. Okay. And then, of course, anytime you're making a major update to your site, like adding plugins, go ahead and run your performance test again. We do that for you on Nexus. It's called Plugin Performance Monitor. And what it does is it runs those Lighthouse tests for you every night and lets you know, like if you've made any changes, which one caused a drop-off in performance, which is great. But if you're not on Nexus, no problem. You'll need to run those tests manually, but you can do that. All right. So moving on to 3 weeks until Black Friday. Here's the time when we think about your website. Your web store isn't just your website, right? It is also the full constellation of things that are integrated with your website. So that's going to be like your email marketing tools, your payment processor for sure. Anybody else that's like accessing your site through an API, like a fulfillment provider or a print-on-demand partner, like a Printful, for example. You want to make sure that you're logging into all those dashboards and making sure that everything is like tip-top with your accounts with them. For example, your email marketing tools. You want to make sure that your account has room to accommodate a big influx in signups, right? Like if you're only paying for, 3,000 subscribers and you suddenly have 3,500, you want to make sure that you're still going to be able to accommodate that, right? So if you're getting close, like to your plan level, make sure maybe you bump it up a little bit. Also, you're going to want to check to make sure that you've done all of their recommended steps to make sure your email is deliverable and doesn't get sent to spam. And some of that can be a little bit complicated and technical, but their support can help you, your host support can help you kind of make sense of some of those recommendations if they're a little bit over your head. If you work with your fulfillment company or your print-on-demand partner, log in and make sure that they are that you have read all of the communications from them. If they're sending out any alerts about supply chain disruptions, you want to make sure that that there's no like alerts in your dashboard that they suddenly can't access your store the way they usually would. You want to get that resolved really quickly. You also want to log into your payment processor's dashboard and make sure they're not showing any errors like in their API logs or anything like that. Log into your hosting portal and make sure that you're not running out of disk space. Running out of disk space might cause a problem where you can't record orders. Now on Nexus, we look out for that kind of stuff, and we scale your site as necessary. But not everyone has that, and so you want to make sure that you're really aware that you're not like just bumping up against any limitations. It's also a good time to test that your forms work on your site. You want to test your contact us form, your newsletter sign-up forms, anything that collects data from customers. You want to make sure that none of that's going to spam. And if it is, you want to make sure that you've got like an SMTP service set up, something like a SendGrid or a Mailgun or something like that, that really kind of helps your email get where it's going. And finally, don't forget about your non-store integrations. If you've got an Instagram feed on your site, Instagram's constantly changing its API, right? Make sure that connection is still good. Make sure that that nothing that's like pulling in content from elsewhere on the web onto your site is broken. Okay. 2 weeks till Black Friday. You want to make sure that you are thinking about inventory and promotional tools. We're getting down to it, so now we're really kind of getting into like the nitty-gritty, right? Remember how we mentioned supply chains at the beginning of a session? This is where you really need to know what's happening in your supply chain, not just with your suppliers, but with your suppliers' suppliers. So we're going to go through our products and double check that our inventory numbers are correct. And we're also going to assess whether we want to have back order turned on. Now, some people do not use WooCommerce to manage inventory. I think it's important if you are in a situation where you're not sure that you're going to be able to get the next product when you want it. So we're going to be in here looking at our modern pendant lighting and click over here onto our inventory tab. How much stock do we have? How many of these do we have? 10? 100? 50? Okay. Now, if I'm looking at this product and I know that I can get more of these in less than a week, and I know for sure that like it's not going to take that long, there's not going to be any weird hiccups with it, I might go ahead and allow back orders. Just allow them. Like it just never goes out of stock on the website, and the products I just keep taking the orders, and I'll just order the products as I need them. But if I know that these are being shipped to me from overseas, and I know that shipping containers are having a problem, they're getting backed up in ports, and it's going to take me a little bit longer to get them, and I'm not exactly sure when it can be, and I don't want to guarantee that I can have these to somebody by Christmas, I might allow but notify customer. Just let them know that they're ordering a back order product. It might not be there on time. And if I am having the kind of problem where I know that the supplier of this item is manufacturing it in a country that is having a major COVID surge and is shutting everything down, including the factory where my things are made, I might just turn off back orders entirely. I might only sell the ones I have on hand just to be safe. Only you can make that decision for your business, but WooCommerce does give you the tools to manage it. And I recommend going through product by product and making sure that you've checked these settings, because your products can come from multiple different factories and multiple different locations, and you want to make sure that you know that the website is selling only as many as you can actually fulfill. That's really important. But while we're in here, we can also look over here at linked products, because this is when we're getting into upsells. For example, I've got this like modern pendant lighting, and maybe if people are interested in this, they might be interested in the vintage lighting. They might be interested in the retro lighting. And the cool thing about that is that those things will show up. Maybe if I save them. But those things will show up down here if your theme supports it. So you want to make sure that you've got your upsells all set up so that you can. So if somebody's browsing one product on your site, they can get to your other products, and they can get to like intelligently selected ones that you've picked for them. All right, so now that our inventory is sorted, we can turn our attention to promotional tools. And there are lots of options you can use to notify your customers of various promotions. My favorite is the site-wide banner, and we will find that here in our customizer. It's unobtrusive, and it can appear on every page of your site, and it's dismissible. It's called the store notice. It's under our WooCommerce settings. We just put that here. We just enable it. And it shows up here, so you can put in, you know, and this is where you're going to put your coupon codes. Now, you're not going to enable this 2 weeks before Black Friday, but you might put in, don't forget to sign up for updates. Just to sort of generate a little buzz for your product. So that's one option that you have. But there are also services that offer things like pop-ups, lead management boxes, retargeting, and lots of other conversion tools. There's things like Opt-in Monster, and there's things like ConvertKit, and there are things like Bounce Exchange. So now is a really great time. If you're already using them, now's a great time to double check the configuration. And if you're not using one, now is a great time to adopt one. If you're on Nexus, you have access to Recapture for abandoned cart emails and Fast for one-click checkout as well. So all you have to do is enable those and set them up. So those are some options as well. This is also a good time to evaluate what kind of coupon rules and sales you need for your planned promotions. If you're just using the included WooCommerce coupon and sale price functionality and that works for you, that's great. But if you find that you want like gift card functionality or the ability to offer more kinds of coupons with maybe more complex logic than the ones that are included with WooCommerce, or have different rules for how sale prices get applied, now's a great time to select and install a third-party plugin for that. And there are lots of them. And of course, all of these promotional tools add code to your site, especially additional JavaScript. So if you're adding to the site, make sure that you are rerunning your performance checks like we did 2 weeks ago. If you're on Nexus, we're already taking care of that with the plugin Performance Monitor. But if you're not, you are going to want to make sure that you run those tests manually. 1 week till Black Friday. It's the last week. We're in the home stretch. You're probably thinking about not only Black Friday, but also the holidays coming up. So this week is a little bit less intense. We are going to review all of our customer service content. That's going to be things like your shipping policies, any frequently asked questions on your site, any transactional emails that are sent by WooCommerce. We're just going to go over all of those to make sure that that first of all, they're all accurate. We know that there are shipping delays all over the world. We've talked about that. We want to make sure that your shipping policies that are written on your site reflect the reality of how long it's going to take a package to get to a customer once they've ordered it. Hopefully by now you've got some idea of how that's affecting you, and if not, like as you lead up into this week before Black Friday, you want to make sure that you're really like observing, like, you know, pull some tracking numbers, make sure that you're watching that data, because you want to know, like, is it taking 2 or 3 days longer than it usually did? You need to update that on your site so that people understand, like, when their holiday gifts are going to arrive. You don't want somebody ordering something for their significant other or their child and then it doesn't show up for Christmas, right? Like that bums people out. That's not a great experience with your store. So you want to make sure that they are fully aware of how long it will take to get a product that you ship to them. All right, and also if you sell like a print-on-demand product, like T-shirts or hoodies, have that underlying product changed? So, like for example, has your supplier switched brands of T-shirt that they print on? You might have to update a sizing chart. Make sure that you've got all that up to date as well. So you want to go through just those content pages on your site and make sure that that content is still accurate. The other thing you can do at this point is change all of your update all of your transactional email content that's managed out of WooCommerce. So that's going to be in your settings. WooCommerce sends a bunch of emails. You can customize the text, and you probably did this when you set up your store. But if you didn't, now is an especially great time. This is the email, this is the new order that just gets sent to you. But there are also emails that get sent to the customer. So for example, okay, you're processing the order. What do you want to say to somebody here? Here's the subject, here's the email heading. Thanks for using our site. You could zhuzh this, right? This is a great time to make sure people feel really great about having bought from you. Make sure that you're updating these and, making sure that they kind of match your brand. Make sure that they sound as cool as you want them to sound. Make sure that they encourage the customer to feel as good as you want them to feel about having purchased from you. So once we're happy with our customer service content, let's make sure that we have our actual promotions in place. So now we can get into our coupons area and make sure that all the coupons active on the site are the right ones. Let's click on over here. Now what I'm showing here is the coupon feature that comes with WooCommerce. You might be using an additional coupon tool. There are lots of features here. Make sure you are setting an expiration date. And any restrictions you need on the coupon, like if you only want it to be used for a certain number of items, or if you don't want it to apply to sale items. We'll call this Black Friday 2021. Black Friday sale. Minimum spend, we'll set this to like, if you spend $50, you can get, like, we can set up any restrictions, like it doesn't apply to certain products, it doesn't apply to certain categories. We haven't banned anyone in particular from using the coupon, for example. But this will be like a fixed cart discount. If you spend $50, you will get 20% off, for example. And maybe we want to throw in free shipping, and this is where we set our expiration date. Let's make sure we're setting it for, you know, the 30th of November, for example, however long you want it to be off, to be available. There's lots of features here. Make sure that you're setting up your restrictions, and then you can go ahead and you can save it. You can publish it. So once we have published it, it will be available on the site, which is why we're waiting until the week before to do this. I personally wouldn't worry about publishing it too early, even if you don't want this to be used until Friday, just because if you're using a good code, people aren't necessarily going to be guessing it. And it's good to get it set up in advance so you don't have to worry about the coupon not being live. Finally, if we're offering any sale prices or doorbusters or anything like that, we can edit the sale prices on our actual products. So let's go back to our modern pendant lighting and edit it again. So down here, there's a regular price. We can set a sale price, and then we can schedule how long that sale lasts. So for example, we can pick Black Friday, and then we can have it expire Cyber Monday, and that's how long that product will be discounted. So make sure that you get those scheduled so you don't forget to go back to the regular price, and also take note of how this interacts with the back order status we set. If it's a sale, maybe you don't want this item to be back ordered at the sale price, and instead it should just go out of stock. So make sure you're thinking about that as well. All right, so we have run our performance tests. We have checked up on all of our integrations. We have made sure that our products are all set and ready to go. We have installed all of our promotional tools. We have reviewed our customer service content. Now it's just time to relax. Enjoy your holiday. Make sure you help with the dishes. Don't just fall asleep in front of the football game. But have a great holiday and good luck.
Thanks, Tiffany. There's a lot of great steps in there. You know, we are 7 weeks away from Black Friday. So the sooner everybody gets in and starts really trying to succeed for their store and doing the things that are needed to succeed on their end, the better it's going to be for you. And so we really want you to go ahead and try to follow through those 4-week checklists. If you are looking for some more advice onto how to succeed this holiday season, please go ahead and download our e-commerce ultimate survival guide. That's got a checklist in the back of it so that you can follow through as well. A lot of the things that Tiffany talked about will be in there. So please feel free to download that and get started right away so that you can succeed in the holidays. One of the biggest ways to succeed in the holidays is to really look at that post-purchase path. And we really want to take some time to let you think about that. When you set up a store, a lot of it is thought about how do you get that person into a conversion. Well, Chris Lima is going to be telling us a little bit about how to do some product upsells on that post-purchase side. He's been working in e-commerce for zillions of years. It feels like he's not that old, but it feels like he's been one of those people who has been around every story when it comes to e-commerce. And I'm personally really excited to hear what it is he has to say. And so without further ado, Chris.
Hey there, my name is Chris Lema, and today we're going to talk about how to generate more revenue this holiday season. Now, you already know, right, that all the projections for e-commerce and all the numbers are going up and to the right. And yeah, there's going to be delays and there's going to be shipping costs and it's going to cost more to deliver all of that value. But at the end of the day, it's already going up and to the right. And what I want to do in the little time we have today is try and help you take it even higher. And we're going to do that by talking about what happens post-purchase, or what's called post-purchase upsells. I'm going to say something that is a little bit counterintuitive, but the rest of the time, what I'm going to do is give you some examples and prove to you with science that this is the way to go. So without any delay, let's get started. And the first thing that you'll see here, right, is that the best time to sell anything to anyone is right after they've made a purchase. And you're like, wait, what? You're telling me that the right time to sell something is after I just sold something? Yep. Let me give you 3 examples of how this works. So the first one is one that you've experienced, I'm guessing, and that is you've bought a phone case after buying an iPhone. Now maybe you're not an iPhone buyer. Maybe you buy a Samsung, but there's a whole bunch of you that are iPhone buyers. And so if you're not one, you likely know someone. And you may have even ridiculed them for the fact that they spent over $1,000 on a phone or $700 or $800 on a phone. And you're like, it's a phone. But more ridiculous than that is when someone goes and buys a $30, $40, or $50 case for something that costs $1, $2, maybe $3 to make. And you go, that's crazy. Yet tons of people do it all the time. In fact, if Facebook is back on and you're scrolling through Facebook, you will see a whole bunch of ads for fairly expensive and unique iPhone cases right now. Why? Because the iPhone 13 just came out. And that's when everybody shows up and says, here are all these cases. And their logic is, hey, you spent all that money on a phone, you might as well protect it. Accessory sales go way up every time a new phone is rolled out. This is an example of selling someone something right after you just sold them something. But that's not the only example. Let's look at the second case. I bought a car just a few months ago. And you know what was pitched to me? Yeah, something called ceramic coating. It is the protection. It's a thin layer, some sort of chemical polymer that you put over the car, and it protects you. It protects the shine of the car, but it also protects it from scratches and all sorts of stuff. And you know what? It doesn't cost very much, or at least it doesn't cost a lot in comparison to buying the car. So if you've bought a car in the last, several years, there's normally someone, that's been helping you with the sale. And then you finally go to the back room. That's the finance guy, right? And they're going to, finish out the deal and collect your check. But that's the guy. After you've finalized and made decisions on the car you want, etc., that's the person who's going to say, well, now that you made that call, let me sell you one little extra something or other. Right? And it's not an accessory. It is, they could do accessories, but it is often service related stuff, right? Hey, you have this nice car. Would you like oil changes for life? Or would you like car washes for life? Or would you like to pre-buy at a discounted rate the 50,000 and 100,000 events when you come in and do maintenance, right? Or ceramic coating. All of it is service-based, right? But again, it goes to the heart of you spent tens of thousands of dollars on a vehicle, spending another 500 or 1,000 is not that big a deal. Now, here's a third. A year ago, I bought a house in Houston. I moved to Houston from Southern California. In Southern California, it doesn't rain a lot. In Houston, it rains a whole bunch. In fact, it rains so much that there are all sorts of rating systems for whether your house is in a levee area, a flood zone, a 10-year flood zone, 50-year flood zone, 100-year flood zone. And it's not clear that everybody knows how long 100 years is, because just a few years ago, they had two storms that each produced 100-year floods within months of each other. And you're like, months is not 100 years. But that's not the point. The point is, I bought a house, right? And right after I bought the house, you know what the next call was? The insurance guy who wanted to tell me about the 7 different kinds of little micro policies, if you will, that I could buy only related to water and flooding. You could flood your house from water from the outside coming in and from the inside going out, from below the ground coming up, from above coming down. There's all sorts of different policies. And of course, my wife and I were like, just sign them all up, right? Yes, we want all of it. I'm not even sure we asked how much it was going to cost, because we just thought, oh man, if we moved into a place where there could be flooding, we want to make sure that we have the right insurance. Notice again, right? Very easy sell, because we just bought something we really, really liked and wanted. And then they're like, hey, do you want to protect this? And you're like, yeah, of course. So you're probably thinking, hey, the model here, right? The big scientific, wow, is when you sell something that's a large ticket item, go ahead and add or offer a small ticket item so that it's an easy close. And that's true. That's absolutely true. But that's not the point. All right? There's more here to this. So there's a machine that lets you lay down in it, puts your head in it, and does functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI. Now, what happens is when blood goes into your brain, right, it has oxygen. And when blood comes out of your brain, it's deoxygenated blood. And the magnetic resonance of the difference between oxygenated and deoxygenated blood is now something they can see on a chart. So they can see where your brain was hungry, right? Where it sucked in that oxygen, which also tells you which parts of the brain are working. So lo and behold, we've now been using fMRIs for everything. We use fMRIs like people pre-screen movies, right? Directors and producers will put a person through and have them watch the movie to see if their brain is engaged enough, to see if it's exciting enough or stressed enough or exciting enough, or, all of the stuff that they're spending money on special effects. They want to make sure that they are getting it right. In this particular case, we use fMRIs as it relates to shopping, right? So they put people in an fMRI machine and they flashed some products and then said, would you buy this or would you not? And what they discovered was that most of the decision making for a purchase was emotional, feeling and the memory of experience, rather than facts, rather than an evaluation of features, rather than a weighing of pros and cons. So we like to tell ourselves that, we're making a rational and intelligent decision when we buy something, but more often than not, we use all of that to essentially tell ourselves after the fact that it was a good buy. When we're actually making the decision, it's pretty emotionally driven. So let's look at what that curve looks like. And I say curve even though I've drawn it as a stair-step function. The attention curve is what I'm talking about. And when you visit a website to buy something, right? Trust is developing. Now, the reason I draw this as a stair-step function is because it's actually a little checklist of things that are happening. And more often than not, trust is getting eroded rather than being developed, right? So you're good if, as people are navigating through your site, you're not flipping any bits that scare people off. Because most of the time, that's what happens. You get to a website and the font looks a little too funky, you're gone. You get to a website, the pictures are all over the place and there's not a nice grid, there's no alignment, you're gone. Because it just looks cheap. You get to a website and there's high pressure sales and you go, I don't think this is for me, and you're gone, right? But if none of those things happen, you're building and building trust. And in that, what's happening emotionally is your attention is being driven towards, I think I need that, right? I think I want that. I'm very excited. And then you have the buying moment. And all of that attention drops off pretty darn fast. And you're off thinking about the next thing. I want you to think about for a second if you've ever had that kind of experience, right? Where you're like, you browse somewhere on the web and you found a pair of tennis shoes you liked, or you found a dress you liked, or you found a pool table that you liked. And then what happens? It's hard to get out of your head, right? You're thinking about it, you're thinking about it, you're thinking about it. And of course, the web is retargeting you, so they're showing it to you everywhere you go. And you're thinking about it, and you're thinking about it, and then you buy it. And the moment you buy it, there's this release, there's this joy, there's this, I have it, and then it's conquered, and boom. The next day, you're not thinking about it. And the day after that, and hours later that, you're not thinking about it. It's done with. You have moved on. That's the way our brains work. Now, there are folks that are way smarter than I. A neuroscientist and assistant professor over at Harvard, right? Who said what happens is in the nucleus accumbens is where when you first look at something you're thinking about buying, that's your pleasure center. And you start feeling sensations of pleasure. Like, ooh, this would be so exciting to have, to own. I would love it and it would make me so happy, right? Then you see the price and your prefrontal cortex kicks in. That's where you do some decision making. More often than not, you do a lot of analysis, right? And so you're going, should I? But it's where you're gonna drive that decision. Then you look at the pricing, and there's another part of your brain that fires up. That's the insula, if you say it like that. That's where we feel pain. And you go, wait, what? What does pain have to do with it? It's the pain of parting with your cash. And what happens is, and this is what Uma Karmarkar discovered, is that the more the insula is activated, the more, right, that sense of, this is going to cost too much, the more people decide not to make a purchase. So, it's not like happy angel and bad devil on your shoulders going back and forth, but it's a little bit like that, right? Where suddenly someone is looking at something and going, ooh, I like, do I want to spend that much? Eek, that would hurt too much. And nope, I won't buy it, right? That's one neuroscientist. Let's look at another, right? Professor of neurobiology at Columbia, David Sulzer, says, hey, listen, what's really going on here, right, is that when you're looking at stuff, you're looking at especially in online stores, when you're looking at websites and products, you have this idea of this is what I'm going to experience, and then you're checking that against your experience. And so you have expectations and perceptions. Now, when there's a surprise, like, hey, check it out, 30% off, you get dopamine. And dopamine is that pleasure chemical that gets released in your brain that says, ooh, wasn't this fun that we were out looking about, right? You've heard of retail therapy, right? It's a fancy phrase for a dopamine hit. And so these folks realize that, hey, when it comes to brain science, neuroscience, there's a dynamic that makes you not want to buy, and there's a dynamic that makes you want to buy. And that's why I want to talk to you about post-purchase upsells. Because after you've gotten in that attention curve, after you've gotten to the point where you're making a purchase, there's a moment right after the purchase where you can surprise someone. You can say, hey, heads up, I got a special for you. And that's before the attention falls off. And it's where the dopamine hits because you go, ooh, surprises. I like surprises. That's the post-purchase upsell opportunity. All right. Now, anytime I talk to folks about this, right, I have to put in the, hey, circle, highlight, underline, warning. You don't want to learn about this neuroscience. You don't want to learn about how this stuff works just to manipulate other people, right? So what you really want to be doing is thinking about, okay, is this a tool I can use? Is this a strategy that I can use? And if so, how do I do it well, right? You don't want to be manipulative. You want to help people. So what kinds of offers should we be creating? We know when to create it, right? Right after they purchase, they're not expecting a post-purchase upsell. And then you go, surprise, and they go, ooh, I'm inclined. This is exciting. And you know that if you make the price of the item much smaller than the price of what they just bought, they're even, in a better position to close. So we know all that already. Now, what are some examples where you're doing good? You're helping someone, right? In every case that I gave you, the examples, the ceramic coating on the car or the flood insurance on the house, even the case on an iPhone, the intention is to help you. The intention is to make sure to protect what you've purchased and keep the value high. That's not manipulative. That's not wrong. It's really helpful. So what are some examples where you can be helpful? Well, let's look at a couple, right? If you've ever bought a couch, you know that the last thing you want to do is pull your car up to the back of that shop, have them jam it into your car, or truck, you take it back home. Now you got to figure out how to get it into your house, how to get your old couch out. And then they say for $99, after you spend $4,000 on a couch or something, for $99, our guys can do white glove service, and they'll come and they'll take away your old couch and they'll drop in the new. And you go, yeah, absolutely. Now the same thing is true with digital products. You can say, hey, you just bought this great product, but if you want someone to come in and work out all the settings, I'll spend 30 minutes interviewing you, asking you what your intentions are, and then I will, because I know the product, I'll go in and I'll just configure it. So installation assistance is a great upsell. What else? Premium support, right? Yeah, you have regular support, but what about a red carpet lane? What about an opportunity for someone to say, I have an issue, and you go, well, you are in a special class. You can run straight up to the front of the line and get help. Of course, there's people who want that. Again, if you think about that iPhone, right? If you spend $1,000 paying $99 or $199 for Apple Care or something, if you happen to be someone who often drops your phone, that's not a bad deal, right? You're going to get premium support. They're going to take care of you. And you go, yeah, that's exactly what I want. Another is access to community. When you have bought something, you've also joined, potentially, a list of owners who have also bought it. Now, this does not happen when you buy most cars, right? When you buy most cars, they're like, okay, whatever, thank you, take care. You drive it off the lot. If you buy a Tesla, right, you get the info for joining a club, right? Here's the Tesla Owners Club, and you can do it, and you're like, okay. If you buy a Harley, right, the Harley User Group or Owners Club, they pay, right? When you buy a Harley, they pay the first year so that you can be part of the Owners Club, right? And you go, oh, wow, I didn't realize that there was a whole community that I could participate in. And it's not just about vehicles, right? There's all sorts of places where you buy something and then you say, okay, now you get access. If you're buying software, now you get access to our Facebook group or our Circle SO group or whatever it is. It's where people who've bought before can huddle and connect and get help from one another. You can do that too. And again, if someone's bought a decent price point of a product, you bring that cost of that community access to 10, 15% of what they've spent, it's a no-brainer. Someone goes, yeah, I love belonging. I want to belong. That price point, hey, surprise, look at this great deal. You can even do fancy stuff like anchoring it higher. Like, hey, this community access, if you bought it on your own, is $99 a year. But since you just spent $50, you can buy in for $7, right? And they go, what? Yeah, of course, I need to buy this, right? Anyway, that's another example. But we have more, right? What about discounts? Additional discounts. You're like, what? How are you going to sell someone discounts after they made a purchase? I'll tell you. I went to buy my wife clothing. I went to a nice store. It wasn't like fancy. It was just a nice store. And I bought her some clothes, right? I don't remember if it was anniversary or birthday, but it was a special occasion. And so I spent about $200 on clothing. That's not a ton of clothing, but it was a decent amount of money to spend. I spent $200 and they said, would you like this book of discounts for an additional $15? So I went from $200 to $215, and they said this little booklet, right, is, I don't remember what it was, $300, maybe $400 worth of savings. I'm like, for $15, sure, throw it in. I mean, I'm already 200 deep. You might as well throw $15 more in, right? What I didn't realize was it wasn't like $400 all the next day. No. It was a certain amount of discounts per month. What were they doing? They were inviting my wife. I would give the little booklet to my wife, which I did. And they were inviting her, come back and shop with us every month for the next year. Here's a couple discounts in January. Here's a couple in February. Here's a couple in March. And she did. She went back, right? She went back 2 or 3 times now. She probably didn't get $400 worth, but she definitely got more than $15 worth of savings. And you can do the same thing, right? Additional discounts are easy to do. Coupons, discounting, put people in a membership that automatically gets discounting. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but you can definitely upsell a discount. And rapid accelerators. Rapid accelerators are what happens when you realize that you don't really want. You know how people are out there selling you a course, right? Let's say I go buy a course and they're like, hey, here's the perfect 32 lesson how to use your Sony camera, DSLR, or whatever, like any kind of digital apparatus. But let's just say we're talking about a camera. Here's a 32 video lesson course on how to use your Sony Alpha 7. Do I really want to become the master of the camera, or do I just want, that one lesson that is, how to use it for video streaming, right? So it turns out, right, often what we're doing is we're creating these entire courses or anything else where we're giving people a whole bunch, but not all of what they asked for. What we asked for is just, hey, give me this one thing so I can get going quickly, so I can use the product the way I want to use it, so I can do something else. So accelerators can be anything that moves you, right? When you're in a fast car, they always say 0 to 60 in blank, 2, 3, 4 seconds, right? How do you get going quickly? And you can sell rapid accelerators. They could be in the form of courses. They could be in the form of cheat sheets. They could be in the form of guides. They could be in the form of actual one-on-one assistance. But whatever it is, that's going to help someone feel like they made use of the purchase. So I want to wrap up by highlighting that 80% of your future profits, this is so important. Gartner did the study, and 80% of your future profits come from just 20% of your existing customers. Those customers have to feel like they were wowed, they were surprised, they were delighted. And a post-purchase offer, a post-purchase upsell is a great way to delight and give a special deal to those folks. And what we know is when people are delighted and they make a second and a third purchase, they're more likely to come back for a third and a fourth. And those are the folks that are going to drive a majority of your profits. Here's the thing. Getting a new customer is expensive. Most studies say that it's 5 times more expensive to win over a new name than to sell back to the base. Yet only 16% of companies sell back to that base. Post-purchase upsells is the easiest way for you to drive more revenue, which is perfect in this holiday season, delight more of your customers, and drive long-term profits because you keep those customers around. There is no better way to drive your revenue up. Thank you. My name is Chris Lemma. I'm both the GM at LearnDash and a VP of product at Liquid Web. Take care.